Chapter 1451. This trip to the northwest is truly getting more and more interesting. The Eastern Turkic king, Ashina Bagushidu, looked down the mountain with a profound look in his eyes. Bagushidu's robes fluttered in the wind. I originally thought that everything was over with the destruction of the Origin Immortal formation, but it seems that it's far from over. Nalu, have you gathered any useful information from the martial artists of the Tang dynasty? Bagushidu asked without turning his head. My lord, all the martial artists of the Central Plains and the tribal experts of the western regions are searching for the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands, but they still haven't found his whereabouts. Although I find it rather strange, considering that they have someone skilled in formations at their side, and that the king of foreign lands was able to destroy the Origin Immortal formation, your subordinate believes that they have used some sort of formation to hide themselves, the person called Na-Lu sternly said. The person called Neru sternly said, her voice crisp and clear. She was actually a Turkic girl, but her face was covered by a black veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Since this news has spread, he won't leave so easily. When the time is right, he'll appear sooner or later. But, a few days ago, I had you spread the news of the Origin Immortal art. How is it going? Bagushidu asked. Your Highness, there is probably no one in the martial arts world of the Tang dynasty that doesn't know of this matter. It's not just the Four Ends martial lord. Even Jili Laozu, who sits on equal footing with Song Yuani, is coming to the northwest. Oh? That's even better. Bagushidu couldn't help but smile at these words. I heard that this Jili Laozu once had a quarrel with Song Yuani, and the two of them have never liked each other in the martial arts world. It would be best if we can attract this person over. That's right. Perhaps we can use this chance to use the Origin Immortal art as a catalyst to remove a powerful foe for our Eastern Turkic Khaganate and weaken the strength of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Behind him, several Eastern Turkic attendants bowed in unison. Although Song Yuani was known as the leader of the righteous path, the sects in the Central Plains were also strictly divided into regions. Song Yuani was merely the lord of one of the regions. It was just that that region happened to be the largest among all the regions. Meanwhile, Jili Laozu ruled over another region, located in the northeast of the Tang dynasty and adjacent to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. From a certain perspective, he was a major enemy of the Eastern Turks. Disregarding everything else, just making the cultivators of the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains kill each other was enough to make this trip worthwhile. That's right, my lord. The Khagan has sent word that the Empire has already reached an agreement with the Tang dynasty's Confucian sect. All obstacles in the Tang dynasty's imperial court have basically been swept away. Only the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands is left. As long as he's here, everything is still full of variables. Khagan knows that your Highness is unwilling to interfere in court matters, but this matter is of utmost importance. I hope that my lord, for the sake of the Empire, will spare no expense in eliminating the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty. A guard behind him suddenly spoke up. Tell the Khan that I already know about this. Bagushidu chuckled, unmoved by these words. If he wanted to do something, it was because he wanted to, and not because of any other reason. Even the Khan couldn't order him around. The guard stared at Bagushidu and clenched his teeth. The Khagan has said that if this matter is completed, he will make your Highness the supreme state preceptor and restore the boundless sex status in the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. The guard lowered his head and said, "Bzzz." Bagushidu paled at these last words, his expression completely different from before. Did the Khan say that himself? Bagushidu sternly said, "Yes." Behind him, the guard bowed. A deathly stillness reigned, and even his subordinates fell silent. Go back and tell the Khagan that I agree to this matter. After a long while, Bagushidu finally spoke. Time slowly passed, and from sunrise to sunset, the various factions began to search for Wang Chong. At this moment, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, the formation elder, and the chief of Wushang had gathered together. What's going on here? We truly were the ones who released the first two pieces of news, but what's with the third piece? Within the stone formation, the four looked at each other in dismay. Although Wang Chang's group had intentionally released the news of the energy condensation pearl and the 6 pieces of the treasure map, the news of the world's number 1 had nothing to do with them. In truth, not even the first 2 pieces of news combined were as shocking as the last. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. It seems like there are quite a few people besides us who want to fish in troubled waters. If my guess is correct, this news was released by those with ulterior motive. The chief of Wushang said. No matter what, we have to get the origin immortal art. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Wang Chong. Wang Chang's great Yinyang heaven creation art was like a hidden bomb that could explode at any moment. There were no signs of this kind of thing. And given how profound Wang Chang's great Yinyang heaven creation art was, not even the evil emperor could guarantee that he would survive. But no matter what, we have to be careful of those hidden factions. Those people controlling the origin immortal formation and those men in black who appeared at the very end might be hiding in the shadows. If we're not careful enough, they might take advantage of us. Chonger, do you remember what those men in black looked like at the very end? Are you sure that they're not from the same group that pursued us? With these final words, the evil emperor turned to Wang Chong. When the origin immortal formation was broken, a group of men in black had forced open the formation and charged toward the core. At the time, only Wang Chong had seen their faces. Master, although I don't know what's going on, your disciple is certain that they're not from the group that pursued us. He had already told the elders in detail what had happened that day, and all the details were still vivid in his mind. I was on the platform at the time, and I thought that they were coming for me, but I quickly realized that something was wrong. Although they were wearing the same clothes and had the same aura as our pursuers, they didn't seem to recognize me at all. Instead, they mistook me for the person hiding in the core of the formation. Wang Chong sternly said, "Your disciple has carefully thought about it. Based on the current situation, besides those pursuing us, there should be another group in the northwest that seems to be coming for the origin immortal formation. These two groups are different and they probably haven't interacted much with each other." The evil emperor said nothing, only slightly creased his brow, a pensive look in his eyes. Wang Chong had told them about these two groups from the very start, but this was a very important matter. If the men in black had split into 2 groups, and there were 2 groups lying in ambush in the northwest, the situation would be completely different. He also had to consider the implications of this. Moreover, while they were doing all they could to open the origin immortal treasury, there would always be 2 groups of people eyeing it from the shadows. No one would be able to rest easy. Zhang Wenfu, don't think too much. We have to find a way to deal with that kid Wang Chang's weakness. As for those men in black, do you really need to fear them, given your reputation as the demonic emperor? On the side, the formation elder appeared rather relaxed. I hope so. The evil emperor lowered his head and said to himself, "Kill." At this moment, a series of battle cries, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, came from afar, quickly attracting everyone's attention. "Senior brother, run! You scum! No matter what, I won't give you the treasure map." With a furious roar, a group of people appeared on the horizon, staggering as they fled toward Wang Chang's group. From the way they ran, it was clear that they were all injured. Treasure map? Before Wang Chang's group could react, the formation elder stood up, his eyes bright. "Ha ha ha, 8 heroes of the Northern Pass, you can't run. Just obediently hand over the treasure map. Number 1 in the world? I advise you to stop dreaming. That's right. Hand over the treasure map and we can spare your lives. Otherwise, the 8 heroes of the Northern Pass will all be buried here." Cold laughter rang out from behind. A group of fiendish-looking people chased after them relentlessly. With a scream, one of the fleeing martial artists was caught off guard and cut down by the men behind him. Huogua, you bastards, I won't let you off. There will come a day when I'll kill all of you and make you pay the price. The man at the very front had bloodshot eyes. As the group fought, they got closer and closer to Wang Chang's group. A few moments later, they were only 50 to 60 meters from the stone formation where Wang Chang's group was. Bang! During the fight, a cultivator fleeing in front was caught off guard. He was sent flying and landed on the ground. His fingers loosened, and an item glittered with golden light. It immediately fell from his hand and landed not far from the stone formation. Treasure map. It really is the treasure map. The sight of the treasure map flying out of his hand finally made the formation elder unable to hold back any longer and charge out. "Haa! Zhang Wenfu, Wang Chong, kid, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to open the Origin Immortal Treasury and get the Origin Immortal Art? This is an opportunity that's been delivered to us." The formation elder had always been impatient, so he could no longer hold back. Wait a moment. Chapter 1452. When something abnormal happens, there must be a demon behind it. We found a secluded place, and while we were talking about the treasure map, a treasure map was delivered to our doorstep. Whether it's real or fake, I don't think this matter is that simple. As Wang Chong spoke, he glanced at the two groups outside. Brother Zhou, this is also what I wanted to say. Whether it's real or fake, let's wait and see. At this moment, a dignified and elderly voice came from behind him. The evil emperor had also spoken. Zhang Wenfu, you, the formation elder turned his head, and when he saw the master and disciple, he was instantly struck dumb. Brother Fang, do you also think so? The formation elder turned to the silent chief of Wushang. The Wushang village chief said nothing, only gave a slight nod. The formation elder was flabbergasted and speechless. Outside the stone array, the battle between the two groups of people had reached its most intense moment. 3 or 4 of the escaping people had already been stabbed down, and the remaining few were surrounded. They were all about to be killed. In the next moment, just as the last 2 people were surrounded and were about to be cut down, without any warning, as if time had frozen, the 2 groups of people suddenly stopped moving, and no one moved in the slightest. "Old Six, did you notice anything?" a voice asked after a long while. It was none other than the 8 heroes of the Northern Pass. No. Even after the treasure map was thrown to the ground, no one came to take it. I think that they shouldn't be here, so this area can basically be ruled out. Another voice spoke up. It was that fiendish Huogua who had been pursuing them this entire time. At this moment, from the tone and demeanor of the two, there was no sign that they were being chased or being chased. There's no mistake. This area can be ruled out as a suspect. Let's look elsewhere. With these words, the 2 groups put their arms around each other's shoulders and put away their weapons. At the same time, the 8 heroes of the northern fortress, who had been chopped down on the ground, suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. One by one, they turned from dead to alive and stood up from the ground. Previously, they had been holding their breaths, but now that the performance was over, there was no need to do so. This is, within the stone formation, the formation elder's eyes were wide open, and he had long ago become speechless. These bastards are too shameless. The formation elder gnashed his teeth in fury, his face turning red. He had thought that he had picked up a great bargain. After all this time, it turned out that these fellows had joined hands to put on a show, deliberately luring them into the trap. Of the 4, he was the only one to take the bait. How could the formation elder maintain his composure in front of Wang Chong and the others? Bastard! These fellows are too despicable and shameless. The formation elder clenched his fists in fury. Outside the stone array, the 2 groups of people did not notice anything. They picked up the swords and sabers on the ground, tidied up their clothes, and quickly left. Senior Zhou, the matter of the Origin Immortal Treasury has caused quite a stir in the northwest. Everyone in the entire region has heard the news and is searching for us. At a time like this, we can't take any news related to the treasure map lightly. At the very least, we have to act cautiously until there's no doubt about it. Wang Chong smiled and comforted the formation elder. Wang Chong, kid, do you think I don't know? I was just saying that on purpose to see how you would react. The formation elder stammered. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled, but he did not expose him. There was silence all around. Screech. Not long after the two groups of people left, another sharp cry came from above their head. Everyone raised their heads and saw a few large eagles flying above them. Their sharp eyes were constantly scanning the area below them like bolts of lightning. The four of them said nothing, only watched as the eagles circled in the sky and then flew off in another direction. The allure of the Origin Immortal Treasury is far too great. With so many martial artists working together, they'll probably dig us out even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Chief Wushang sighed. The group that had played the trick of injuring themselves to gain their confidence was clearly another group that had sent out eagles to patrol and investigate. In just a few short moments they had encountered 2 groups of people. Everyone vaguely felt a formless pressure. Although the northwestern region was huge, dealing with the search of so many cultivators was definitely not an easy task. Old Man Fong, there's no need to boost the morale of others and diminish your own. Even if you were standing outside my stone array, you wouldn't be able to see or hear anything. I don't believe that they have the ability to discover us. The formation elder finally found a chance to interject. Putting aside everything else, he was very confident in the formation he had laid down. At the very least, in this era where formations were on the verge of extinction, no one could compare to him. Didn't he manage to fool those 2 groups of people as well? The formation elder had absolute confidence in the formation he had laid down, and this was his pride. Buzz. Wang Chong was just about to speak when a deafening buzz came from the distance. The stone formation fell silent as Wang Chong, the demonic emperor old man, the formation elder, and the Wushang village chief all turned to the source of the voice. This is a swarm of bees. It's that fellow, the 5 Poisons elder. With just a glance, the formation elder paled. And within the formation, Wang Chong and the others also turned grave. In the distance, on the horizon, a dark cloud was moving towards them at an alarming speed. This black cloud was constantly changing, covering the sky and covering the earth, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. It was like an ocean wave, surging across the land, heading in the direction of the crowd. If one looked carefully, they would realize that this dark cloud was made up of countless wasps and bees. At a glance, there were more than 1 million of them. In the martial arts world, they could only think of one person who could control so many wasps, the 5 Poisons elder. In terms of seniority, the 5 Poisons elder was a martial arts expert of the same generation as Zhang Wenfu, and his reputation was so great that even someone like the formation elder, who paid little attention to the affairs of the martial arts world, had heard of him. This is troublesome. The formation elder's brow deeply creased, no longer as relaxed as before. The formation elder had set up could fool the eyes and conceal one's aura, but it was useless against the 5 Poisons elder. The swarm of wasps only needed to ram into it, and the formation would be exposed. The wasps moved far faster than anyone had imagined, and it took only a few moments for the swarm to crash into the stone formation the formation elder had set up. Bang! It was like poking a hornet's nest. In a flash, all the wasps exploded, completely different from before. Bzzz. A wave of wasps immediately split off and began to fly back in the direction they had come from. Strike! At the sight of this, all the hopes in everyone's hearts instantly vanished without a trace. Countless bits of dirt shot out of the ground, striking the wasps in the air like grains of sand. Almost at the same time, the air distorted as a mountain-sized stellar energy palm slammed into the ground. In an instant, the entire ground sank, and countless poisonous wasps were smashed into dust by that huge palm. The chief of Wushang, the evil emperor, the formation elder, and even Wang Chong had all taken action. Swathes of wasps were pulverized. At the same time, the stone formation retreated, the formation elder taking the lead and leaping out. Behind him, the evil emperor, chief of Wushang, and Wang Chong also leaped out. "Let's get out of here. This place is no longer safe. The five poisons elder can control wasps and all kinds of insects and beasts. He's an extreme counter to my formation. We can no longer hide here," the formation elder anxiously said. Everything in the world had its counter, and the formation elder had laid down could deceive even top-class experts, but against the five poisons elder's wasps, it was rendered useless. The Northwest was no longer safe for the formation elders group. The four of them had reacted very quickly, but they had still been too slow. "Ha ha ha, found you!" At this moment, an elderly and sinister voice spoke. "Forget about everything else. Let's go," the evil emperor sternly said. As he flew into the distance, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and a majestic gang chi immediately shattered the remaining poisonous wasp. Their body fragments rained down from the sky. Countless martial artists and factions in the Northwest were searching for them. If they were exposed, the consequences could be easily imagined. Caw! Just as everyone was flying, a crow cawed loudly and suddenly flew over from the southwest, soaring over everyone's heads. A few moments later, there was a cacophony of caws. Wang Chong turned his head to take a look, and his expression immediately flickered. In the southwest direction, tens of thousands of crows were flying in their direction. "Damn it, the Black Venom King has also come." The formation elder's eyes widened and he paled as he saw those crows rapidly approaching. "Senior Zhou, who is the Black Venom King?" Wang Chong asked. "The Black Venom King and the Five Poisons Elder are both old monsters of the martial arts world. Added together, the two of them are more than 100 years old, and the two of them are inseparable. The Five Poisons Elder is skilled at controlling wasps and small animals, while the Black Venom King is most skilled at controlling these black crows. Do you see the beaks of those crows? They're all black with a tinge of purple. Their beaks and claws are all dipped in poison. If you touch them, you'll immediately be poisoned, and you might even lose your life. Many martial artists of the martial arts world have died to his sneak attack." The formation elder's voice was tinged with nervousness. Chapter 1453. Caw. The crows moved with incredible speed, and to everyone's dismay, more crows had appeared in other directions, their wings flapping as they flew toward the group. This meant that they had been surrounded by the crows. "Brother Wenfu, let's work together to deal with these crows. No matter what, we can't let them land," the chief of Wushang said. He had little understanding of the affairs of the martial arts world, but the current situation was clearly extremely disadvantageous to them. It would have been fine if they were fighting face to face, but this strange method of fighting was impossible to guard against, and Wang Chong and the formation elder situation made it very difficult for them to defend against this sort of attack. Buzz! The chief of Wushang raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, stellar energy rumbling in his dantian. At the same time, the evil emperor stopped and looked at the sky, his eyes glimmering with a sharp light. Powerful waves of energy rippled through his body as he prepared to strike at any moment. Birds did not know fatigue, and simply fleeing like this was not a good idea. Cree! The black mass of crows blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. However, just as everyone was about to attack, an unexpected change occurred. A crow suddenly opened its beak and dropped a finger-sized black pill from midair. Then a second, a third, tens of thousands of crows were dropping pills like rain. Everyone was greatly surprised by this sight. "Careful!" Out of caution, the chief of Wushang waved his sleeve and attacked. 5 dragons soar to the heavens. 5 majestic streams of stellar energy erupted from the chief of Wushang's body, transforming into dragons that soared into the sky. At almost the same moment, the evil emperor's eyes flashed with cold light as he also attacked. Spirit devours mountains and rivers. Bang bang bang. Huge waves of stellar energy struck the thousands of small pills in midair, and in an instant, the black pills exploded one after another. Each pill turned into a dense black poisonous fog. The thousands of pills exploded, transforming into a black sea of smoke that engulfed the entire area. Bang bang bang. In other areas, some of the black pills fell to the ground and exploded, transforming into black poisonous smoke that rapidly spread across the ground. A few moments later, the 4 of them were completely shrouded in poisonous smoke. Caw. The cawing of the crows lingered in their ears, and one after another, small black pills fell from the sky, exploding around them. Careful! Wang Chong paled at this sight. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong flicked 3 antidote pills into the hands of his master, the chief of Wushang and the formation elder. Although ordinary poisons were useless against the cultivations of his master and the others, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, based on what the formation elder had said, neither the 5 poisons elder nor the Black Venom King were ordinary individuals. The poisons refined by such people were bound to be extraordinary. Caw. At this moment, the caw of a crow resounded in Wang Chong's ears. A crow behind Wang Chong folded its wings and shot down from the sky like an arrow. But before it could dive down, Wang Chong flicked his finger, sending a strand of sharp sword chi flying through the air, stabbing through its open beak and exiting through its back. Before the crow had even flown halfway, it dropped to the ground. But this was only the beginning. Under the cover of the poisonous smoke, the thousands of crows immediately changed their tactics and began to fly toward the 4 of them. Chonger, rest well. Don't recklessly use your energy. Leave these crows to me. At this moment, his master, the evil emperor, spoke. Bang! Without the slightest movement, a majestic stellar energy immediately spread out of his body, transforming into a dome that enveloped the group. The evil emperor casually pointed, and countless bolts of energy shot out of his finger toward the crows in the air. Caw. Unlike the swarm of bees, the moment the demonic emperor old man made a move, these crows seemed to sense something and immediately began to scatter. At this sight, the evil emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. From the behavior of these crows, it was clear that someone was controlling everything from behind the scenes. These crows were being controlled like a martial artist, and they were extremely nimble. Humph! The evil emperor coldly snorted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No matter how the other party was controlling these crows, it was impossible for them to dodge his attacks so easily. The next moment, pung. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, countless crows began to fall from the sky like raindrops. Hiss! At this moment, an extremely faint sound entered his ears. It was not obvious at first, but in the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that was hard to ignore. With a thought, the evil emperor waved his sleeve, and a burst of stellar energy immediately blasted a hole in the poisonous smoke. Looking through the hole, even the evil emperor's expression changed slightly when he saw the wriggling black shadows on the ground. A swarm of snakes. Other than the swarm of bees and crows, there were also countless venomous snakes heading in their direction. Unlike the swarm of bees and crows, the number of venomous snakes was much greater. At first glance, there were all kinds of sand snakes, rock snakes, iron line pythons, golden kite, silver kite. They were densely packed together, and their numbers were uncountable. At almost the same time, the situation within the stellar energy barrier was not as peaceful as it seemed. Rustle! A faint sound came from the depths of the ground. If it had been any other time, it would have been fine, but at a time like this, the slightest anomaly was enough to attract Wang Chong's attention. Wang Chong's mind moved, and a huge wave of psychic energy immediately broke out of his body and seeped into the ground. In the next moment, a scene completely different from the one on the ground leaped into Wang Chang's eyes. All he saw was a sea of venomous insects, big and small, burrowing through the ground and heading in Wang Chang's direction. These bastards! Wang Chang's pupils shrank and his expression changed. From the looks of it, even the ground beneath their feet was under their attack. But if he thought that this method would be enough to deal with them, then he would be making a grave mistake. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Chang stomped his foot, and a wave of majestic stellar energy blasted into the ground. In an instant, a series of squeaking sounds could be heard, and countless venomous insects that were sneaking up from the ground were immediately killed by Wang Chang's stellar energy. However, before Wang Chang could heave a sigh of relief, a yellow-green poisonous gas immediately floated up from the ground. When this yellow-green poisonous gas came into contact with the evil Emperor's stellar energy, it actually began to seep into the stellar energy. Although the speed at which it seeped was not that fast, this fact alone was enough to shock everyone. These ghosts and rascals! The evil Emperor's stellar energy had been enveloping everyone, and as soon as the poisonous gas emerged from the ground, the evil Emperor immediately sensed it. Boom! In an instant, the evil Emperor's stellar energy surged like the waves of the sea, shaking off the layer of stellar energy that had been seeped into by the poisonous gas. At the same time, the majestic force was like a giant palm that slammed into the ground several times, turning the originally soft ground into something as hard as steel. It's useless. I know that your cultivations are above average, so I've specially added a little something into the poisonous gas. Zhang Wenfu, you're powerful, and ordinary venomous creatures can't do anything to you. However, I'll do it layer by layer. I'd like to see how long your stellar energy can last. Another voice sounded in everyone's ears, sinister and indescribably treacherous. Humph, is that so? The evil Emperor sneered. However, the surroundings quickly fell silent. These people seemed to be using some kind of secret technique similar to thousandly sound transmission, but it seemed to be somewhat different. Brother Wenfu, the situation isn't looking good. The 5 Poisons Elder and the Black Venom King can't hide themselves, and they also have the ability to use venomous creatures as their eyes and ears. If we can't find their true bodies, then no matter how many crows or venomous creatures we kill, it'll be useless. This is because we don't know if the venomous creatures they've brought with them will be completely wiped out. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was the chief of Wushang. Although everyone had killed a large number of venomous creatures since the beginning, the chief of Wushang's heart was still heavy, and he couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Their surroundings were shrouded in poisonous gas, and they couldn't see anything. However, the buzzing in their ears only increased, and even the cawing of the crows above them was louder than before. All sorts of strange cries rang out incessantly from all directions. Not only had the number of venomous creatures not decreased, there were even more of them. The 5 Poisons Elder, the Black Venom King, the 7 Fiends King, the Snake King, just how many venomous creatures have come from the northwest this time? If this continues, we won't be able to kill them all even after several days and nights. The Formation Elder suddenly said, his face ghastly pale. Brother Zhou, what do you mean by this? The chief of Wushang couldn't help but ask. Scorpions, venomous insects, venomous bees, venomous snakes, venomous crows. There are so many venomous creatures here. It's not something that the 5 Poisons Elder and the Black Venom King alone can control. Moreover, from that sound, there are probably millions of venomous creatures gathered here. This is already beyond the abilities of those 2 venomous creatures. And in the martial arts world, the most skilled in controlling venomous creatures are the Snake King and the 7 Fiends King. The allure of the Origin immortal art is simply too great. I'm worried that there are more venomous creatures here. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. The Formation Elder's eyes were brimming with concern. Earlier, His mastery of formations had allowed them to hide in a stone formation and easily deal with the venomous creatures. In truth, the fact that so many factions of the martial arts world had failed to find them after such a long time was proof enough. But now, in the face of so many venomous snakes, wasps and crows, no matter where the formation elder hid or where he set up his concealment formation, it would be instantly broken. Chapter 1454. Senior Zhou, the situation isn't that serious. The 5 Poisons Elder, the Snake King, and the Black Venom King might be formidable, but they're not invincible, Wang Chong suddenly said. His head was slightly lowered, his eyes flashing as his mind raced. Everything has a flaw, and there's no way to kill all the snakes and wasps, but we don't need to kill all of them. We just need to find the person controlling them, find the true bodies of the 5 Poisons Elder, the Snake King, and the Black Venom King. Once we kill them, everything will fall apart. It's not that easy. The Formation Elder couldn't help but sigh at Wang Chong's words. Although what you say is true, if the 5 Poisons Elder and the others were that easy to deal with, they would have been killed long ago and wouldn't have lived until now. I'm sure your master knows this better than anyone else. The evil emperor did not deny this. He had been on guard against any changes in the outside world this entire time. With a flick of his finger, several thousand bolts of energy flew through the air and shot down the crows. But the demonic Emperor Old Man's face did not relax in the slightest. Rustling could be heard outside as countless venomous snakes were closing in from all directions. They were only several dozen zhang from the group. Before these poisonous snakes even got close, they were already wriggling and raising their heads high as they spat out waves of poisonous fog, causing the range of the poisonous fog to expand even more, making it even more dangerous and fatal. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink. In the past, there were people who tried to kill them, but all of them died at their hands without exception. Even the Snake King, the 7 Fiends King, and the others haven't seen their true forms. They've only heard of their names. It's impossible to find their true bodies in a short time. The Formation Elder worriedly said, his brow creased. Not necessarily. Wang Chong said nothing, only imperceptibly shook his head. Before the first wave had even settled, another wave had risen. While Wang Chong's group was discussing how to deal with the 5 Poisons Elders group, another change occurred outside the demonic Emperor Old Man's stellar energy barrier. In the billowing poisonous smoke, the crows had their feet facing the sky. They were originally lifeless and scattered on the ground, but at this moment, these crows suddenly shook their legs, flapped their wings, and suddenly soared into the sky. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, all of the crows that had been killed by the evil emperor rose into the air. Many of them had vicious eyes, and with piercing screeches, they slammed into the evil emperor's stellar energy like arrows. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the crows rammed against the stellar energy barrier, producing a dull metallic clang. However, the evil emperor's stellar energy barrier was not that easy to break through. One by one, the crows rammed against the fortress-like stellar energy barrier, producing crisp, cracking sounds as their necks snapped. But these poisonous crows were completely unaffected. Some of the crows had even twisted their necks, but their wings were still beating. Even the demonic emperor couldn't help but grimace at this sight. Behind him, within the stellar energy barrier, the Formation Elder stood up in shock, and the chief of Wushang had a rather nasty grimace. What's going on here? Wang Chong's eyes were also filled with shock. This sort of situation was simply unimaginable, beyond the realm of the normal person's imagination. Life and death were part of the Tao. Any creature that died was dead, and it was impossible for it to come back to life. Not even in his 2 lives had Wang Chong ever encountered such a situation. The treacherous nature of the martial arts world had completely surpassed his imagination. It was simply inconceivable. The Goo Poison King. It's the Goo Poison King. I didn't think that even he would come. The Formation Elder had a nasty grimace. The 5 Poisons Elder's appearance had only been a hindrance to his formation, making him somewhat uneasy. But the Goo Poison King's appearance was a completely different matter. "Goo Poison King, how dare you go against me?" An enraged voice boomed through the skies. The evil Emperor suddenly spoke. Before the crowd could react, a boundless energy burst forth from Wang Chong like a tempest, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The evil Emperor's last bit of gentleness disappeared in an instant. As a legendary existence in the world of sex, the name Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu held absolute authority in the world of sections. Although 2 years had changed the evil Emperor a lot. However, the provocation of the 5 Poisons Elder and the others had also stimulated the demonic emperor's incomparably arrogant and tyrannical temperament, one that could slaughter all under the heavens and dictate everything under the heavens. In that instant, the aura that erupted from the evil emperor even caused the void to distort and burn like flames. "Master!" Wang Chong felt the overbearing aura on his master, and couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. In all his time with his master, this was the first time he had seen his master so angry. "Ha ha ha, demonic emperor, you rule your evil path while I rule my Miao territory. We've always minded our own business. This was the case even when you were at the peak of your reign. But if you want to blame someone, blame the temptation of the origin immortal art. We old scoundrels might be famous for our poison arts, but who could resist the temptation of becoming the world's #1? Moreover, the wheel of fortune has turned. You've ruled over the martial arts world for so many years, so it's about time for us to sit down." After a long time, a hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed in everyone's ears, drifting erratically from east to west, near to far, far away from them. Wang Chong had never heard such a strange voice before. It sounded like the plucking of a string, and there was no way to tell if it was male or female, old or young. But this cold and dangerous aura, like that of a corpse, was enough to leave a deep impression on anyone. "Hand over the map to the origin immortal treasury, and that crucial treasure, and I can have the 5 Poisons Elder take away the treasure and let you live." The hoarse and unpleasant voice revealed its ultimate goal. "Humph, shameless old poisons. You don't even dare to show your face, but you want to be the world's #1? The demonic emperor's expression was cold and his voice icy. "I'll give you one last chance. If you retreat now, there's still time. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Is the origin immortal art something that old poisons like you can touch? Ha ha ha, Zhang Wenfu, you can't scare us. Right now, you're just a featherless phoenix and you still want to deal with us? So what if you're the demonic emperor? At your peak, we didn't even fear you, much less now. Kiki, if you have the ability to deal with us little pets, then say that again." Sinister voices came from all around. The 5 Poisons Elder, the 7 Fiends King, the Black Venom King, the others also began to speak. "Humph, Zhang Wenfu, do you hear that? I'm not the only one who won't agree. It's everyone else who won't agree. I know your martial arts are strong, but no matter how strong your martial arts are, it is useless against my goo poison. You have 5 minutes to think. Hand over those treasures. If you don't see those treasures in 5 minutes, you and your disciples can be prepared to die here." As soon as the Goo Poison King finished his sentence, the void fell silent and there was no longer any sound to be heard. The surroundings were sizzling and the crows in the sky cawed loudly, but they did not launch any further attacks. Within the stellar energy barrier, the 4 people frowned, a pensive look in their eyes. What are these scoundrels doing? In the current situation, they have no reason to stop attacking. Wang Chong suddenly said. It's not that they don't want to, but that they're afraid that we'll destroy the treasures. Everything else is fine, but the origin immortal treasury can definitely be destroyed. They're afraid that we'll be poisoned, so they might as well just destroy the treasure map. The Formation Elder sternly said, a worried look on his face. We can only think of a way to break out of the encirclement. We can't just sit here and wait for death. At this moment, the Wushang village chief spoke. It's not that simple. The formation elder shook his head, his brow tightly furrowed. Right now, the four of us are together, so we can hold on for a while. If we split up, the flying goo will spread through the air, making it even easier for the Goo Poison King to take advantage of us. Moreover, everyone outside is looking for us. Even if we leave this place, we'll quickly be discovered. Although we're still trapped here, at the very least, those old monsters won't appear for the time being. Everyone fell silent. Everyone knew who the formation elder was speaking of. Song Yueni, the Black Een ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and the other experts of the martial arts world. These people would probably be no easier to deal with than the Five Poisons Elders group. No matter what they did, the situation would not be good. The surroundings were quiet and no one spoke. Time ticked by in this silence. After some time, Wang Chang's body suddenly trembled as if he had noticed something, and a smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps the situation hasn't gotten that bad. Putting aside Song Yueni and the Black Een ancestor for now, it won't be that easy for those old poisons to deal with us. Ah! The formation elder raised his head in surprise and stared at Wang Chong, confused as to what he was saying. But at this moment, the evil emperor's voice resounded in his ears. Chonger, you also noticed? The voice was extremely calm. They're just a bunch of jumping clowns. Do you really think we can't do anything to them? Seated cross-legged on the ground, Wang Chong raised his head and smiled. You've found their real bodies? The formation elder's body trembled as if he understood something, and his eyes widened in shock. The Five Poisons Elder and the Black Poison King had both relied on the Poison Dao to rise to power, so they would never engage in close combat. This meant that their real bodies would be very far away, and when they were on guard, it would be impossible to find their real bodies. But based on what the evil emperor and Wang Chong had said, they had found them. Chapter 1455. Let me go first. Wang Chong's body blurred as he leaped out of the stellar energy barrier and vanished. A moment later, several thousand zhang away, Wang Chong's body blurred as he reappeared. Boom! A majestic burst of stellar energy erupted. On the ground, the thousands of snakes had piled up into a small mountain, and upon taking the blow, they immediately exploded. Countless snakes were blown to bits and pieces, their severed limbs flying through the air. However, a figure suddenly appeared below the group of snakes that resembled a small mountain. This figure was lying in the midst of the snakes, his clothes made of the same material as the snake's skin, even the color. It was extremely difficult to notice him in the midst of the snakes. However, this person's wizened face and the snake scales on his wrists gave away his identity. The Snake King. No, this can't be. At this moment, the Snake King's eyes went wide in disbelief as he stared at Wang Chong's ghostly appearance. His great snake art was a powerful technique passed down from ancient times, refined by generations of Snake Kings. Once activated, it would not leak the slightest bit of its aura, making it difficult for even top-class experts to detect it. Moreover, the aura on his body would become like that of a snake. To outsiders, it would seem that he was just a bunch of snakes. The Snake King had been able to roam the world for several decades by relying on this strange and secretive technique, and no one had ever discovered its true form. And with his ability to control millions of snakes, there were few in the martial arts world who dared to offend him. The Snake King had never imagined that an 18- or 19-year-old youth would be able to see through his disguise. Wang Chong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at the figure below. If he thought that a few snakes, bees, and crows would be enough to trap them, he had been far too naive. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Yin Yang, Sun, and Moon appeared on Wang Chong's shoulders as he thrust a palm at the Snake King. An intense sense of danger surged through his heart. The Snake King straightened his body and spat out a black mist from his mouth, hoping to block the attack, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the battle ended. As soon as the Snake King leaped into the air, it collapsed to the ground, blood oozing out of its 7 orifices. His meridians and internal organs were all shattered. This kind of martial artist who mainly attacked like a poisonous snake, once his true body was discovered, especially against an expert of Wang Chang's level, there was basically only death awaiting him. Screech! Almost at the same time, the wind howled and the evil emperor leaped forward, passing through layers of space and appearing high up in the sky. Not good! Seeing the evil emperor, an old man with a hooked nose turned pale with fright. This old man had a sinister look in his eyes. He was riding on the back of a huge bird. This bird had a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters and a body length of 4 to 5 meters. Its entire body was muscular and extremely strong. The sinister-looking old man was riding on the back of the giant bird, hiding nearly 10,000 meters in the air, controlling the poisonous crows. "Let's go!" The Black Venom King urged the giant bird to flee into the distance. He did not expect the evil emperor to appear at such a high altitude. Dark clouds had always shrouded the sky, making it difficult to detect them. Not to mention, they were flying at a height that even a top-notch expert like Song Yuanyi would find difficult to reach. The Black Venom King had never imagined that someone could appear in front of him with their own strength. But the moment he saw Zhang Wenfu, the Black Venom King paled and deep fear surfaced in his eyes. "Do you think you can escape before this old man?" At this moment, in the sky, the evil emperor said coldly as he watched the Black Venom King's fleeing figure. It would have been fine if the evil emperor had not found his true body, but since he had, the only path left for him was death. Screech! The giant bird in the sky flew as fast as lightning, fleeing into the distance. However, it had only escaped for a few thousand feet when a sharp force, as sharp as a sword, instantly caught up to it from behind. It slanted and directly pierced through the Black Venom King, who was on its back, before violently exploding. "Damn it! Watch out! Zhang Wenfu, don't you dare! Run! Kill them!" In a short time, the Snake King and the Black Venom King had died in succession. Out of the 5 poison elders, 2 had been killed in an instant. This was something that no one had expected. Wang Chong and the evil emperor had attacked so quickly and so suddenly that no one had expected it. Following the death of the Snake King and the Black Venom King, the sky and earth were thrown into chaos. Hiss hiss. Thousands upon thousands of snakes wriggled, as if marching to war, surrounding the group. But now, with the death of the Snake King, they were like dragons without a leader, slithering away in all directions. Some of the venomous snakes opened their mouths and bit the Snake King's body, fighting to be the first to devour the Snake King's corpse. Meanwhile, some of the venomous snakes that countered each other attacked and devoured each other, throwing the entire snake horde into chaos. Caw! Almost at the same time, accompanied by a caw, the crows in the sky that covered the sky seemed to have been startled awake. They suddenly scattered and flew in all directions. Without the Snake King and Black Venom King's control, the venomous snakes and crows immediately lost control and fled in all directions. However, although the poisonous snakes and crows had dispersed, the poisonous scorpions and poisonous insects' attacks became more and more ferocious. Accompanied by a rustling sound, countless poisonous insects of all sizes on the ground suddenly surged toward everyone from all directions. A few of the black-violet scorpions were particularly eye-catching. At the same time, buzz! With the flapping of membrane wings, an endless swarm of venomous wasps began to assail the group. "Brother Zhou, are you ready?" Chief Wushang suddenly asked. Once the evil emperor had taken action, he had taken over the formation elder's job. "Relax. Holding out for a while isn't a problem." The formation elder faintly smiled. In just a few moments, he had laid down a formation. Although it wasn't very powerful, it was more than enough to hold out for a while. Chief Wushang smiled and nodded. Boom! Like a cannonball, the Chief Wushang soared into the sky, stirring up massive waves in the air as vast stellar energy erupted from his body. Pa pa pa! Before the countless poisonous bees could even get close, they immediately fell from the sky like raindrops. These wasps were all jolted to death by the stellar energy around the Chief Wushang's body. Did you really think that hiding underground would be impossible to find? The Chief Wushang floated in the air, his voice neither loud nor soft. It was far less domineering than the evil emperor's, mellow and gentle. But the Chief Wushang's appearance was completely different from his gentle appearance. Rumble. For a moment the world fell silent. A moment later, a bolt of energy shot down from the sky like an arrow, instantly engulfing the Chief Wushang and stabbing into the ground. Not good. 400 to 500 meters below the surface, a grayish-black figure shuddered and opened his eyes. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this person was lying on the ground, held in the mouth of a lizard-like monster. The underground was a forbidden zone for martial artists. Even the most formidable martial artists couldn't travel as freely as they could on the ground or in the air. And this gray-black figure was being held in the monster's mouth, traveling 400 to 500 meters underground. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to notice it. But who could have expected that it would still be discovered by Wang Chang's group? How could this be? A hint of panic appeared in the Seven Fiends King's eyes. His right hand subconsciously pushed back, but he had forgotten that he was 400 to 500 meters underground. Escaping was easier said than done. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a majestic white stream of stellar energy descended from the clouds like a giant sword, piercing through the ground 400 or 500 meters below ground. The sword pierced through the Seven Fiend King, who had been hiding underground, as well as the unknown lizard-like monster. Aya! There was a scream. The Seven Fiends King, famed throughout the martial arts world for his ability to control venomous insects and scorpions, but his true body was as indiscernible as a ghost, instantly bled from his 7 orifices as Chief Wushang stabbed through the chest and killed him. Whoosh! The swarm of venomous insects and scorpions 10 some meters from the formation elder instantly stopped and began to attack and devour each other. The Snake King, the Black Venom King, and the Seven Fiends King had all fallen into chaos. Damn it, how could this be? Just how did they find me? At the same time, in the distance, behind the mountains, a figure lifted the stone slab covering his body and suddenly fled, shooting into the distance like a bolt of lightning. As he flew, he was accompanied by countless buzzing golden wasps. This was naturally the 5 poisons elder of the Poison Kings. At that moment, his face was ashen and flustered, and he fled without a care in the world. Dealing with Wang Chang's group should have been a cinch. No matter how formidable Wang Chang's group was, they would have been unable to deal with this endless horde of venomous snakes, wasps, crows, and insects. But now, 3 of them had died in a single clash. Although the 5 poisons elder's true body had not been exposed, he had seen the abilities of Wang Chang's group and did not dare to take any risk. After all, those people's concealment techniques and abilities were far above his own. In the martial path, one did not necessarily have to be outstanding to be able to hide far away. Swish! Swish! The 5 poisons elder's figure flickered as he vanished into the distance. A swarm of wasps was not enough to deal with Wang Chang's group, so he did not dare to linger in the northwest for even a moment longer. Zhang Wenfu, you and your disciple are too arrogant. Do you really think that I can't deal with you just like that? Chapter 1456. It's the Gu Poison Elder. The Formation Elder had been secretly delighted to see the bees scatter, believing that this trial had finally been resolved. But when he heard this voice, his body shivered. He knew that the most dangerous Gu Poison King had still not been eliminated. Buzz! At almost the same time, Wang Chong, the demonic emperor old man, and the Wushang village chief all shivered at the sound of this voice and warily looked around. Seal your pores and be careful of your surroundings. The evil emperor's voice rang out in Wang Chong and the chief of Wushang's ears. His eyes were like lightning bolts as he warily examined his surroundings. Although he had killed 3 of the old creatures, the evil emperor's expression had not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, it had become even more grave. The chief of Wushang and Wang Chong were not people of the martial arts world, so they did not know what was going on there, but the evil emperor and the formation elder did. Under their sudden and fierce attack, 3 of the 5 old poisonous creatures had died, and 1 had escaped. However, the remaining 1 was more terrifying than the others combined. Strictly speaking, the Gu Poison King was not a martial artist. This was because for martial artists, anyone who used any method other than stellar energy as their main attack could not be considered a true martial artist. This sort of person could only be considered eccentric, and the Gu Poison King from the Miao territory was one such person. Their attacks were far too bizarre. It was said that they used invisible flying insects that were difficult to see with the naked eye as their primary attack method. It was rumored that they could even slowly seep into a martial artist's stellar energy and burrow into their bodies. Their attacks were so bizarre, terrifying, and unfathomable that even when the demonic emperor ruled over the evil path, he rarely entered the Miao territory. He naturally did not have any conflicts with the Gu Poison King. Moreover, the Gu Poison King never appeared outside the Miao territory, making him an unfathomable existence. As a result, there had never been any conflicts between the two sides. But the appearance of the origin immortal art and the allure of the world's #1 shattered this calm. For the first time, these 2 titans who had never clashed with each other. Zhang Wenfu, I gave you half a cup of tea's worth of time to hand over the treasures left behind by the origin immortal lord, but you used this chance to kill the 7 fiends kings. If this could be tolerated, what could not? You're simply going too far. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using Gu. That cold voice was filled with anger as it continued to ring in everyone's ears. The voice was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Brother Wenfu, Brother Fong, come in quickly. Be careful of the Gu Poison King's flying goo. On the ground, the formation elder anxiously called out. The Gu Poison King was someone that even he did not dare to provoke. The formless attack was simply too terrifying. The formation could only be used to defend, not to attack. Its attack methods were all different, and it could not be resisted by force. Brother Fong, Chong'er, quickly go back. The demonic emperor old man's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he slowly descended from the sky, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings with a wary expression. Wang Chong and the chief of Wushang had no experience in dealing with this sort of attack. Only the evil emperor could just barely protect himself. Master, be careful. Wang Chong had never seen his master so grave, so solemn and ready for battle. Knowing that the Gu Poison King was no trifling matter, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned around and, together with the chief of Wushang, began to rush toward the formation elder. Whoosh! Just as the 2 of them were retreating, suddenly, without any warning, a gust of wind swept past from the southeast. The wind blew past the evil emperor, Wang Chong, and the chief of Wushang, and then it blew past the stone formation the formation elder had set up. Thud! In the stone formation, the formation elder's expression tightened, his teeth clenched, and then, like a wooden pillar, he was the first to fall to the ground. Not good. At almost the same time, the Wushang village chief grimaced and stumbled out of the sky, his body unsteady. What are you talking about? Wang Chong, watch out! The moment his feet touched the ground, the chief of Wushang's face turned purple. Without time to say anything, he immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his stellar energy. Under his skin, it was as if there were countless worms swimming around, protruding from his skin. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Gu poison! Wang Chong was alarmed as he recalled that evil gust of wind. There was no doubt that the Gu Poison King had used his poison when that evil gust had begun, and it had been mixed in with the wind. He knew how strong the chief of Wushang was, and this person was probably second only to his master. He hadn't expected him to fall for the poison so quickly. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Wang Chong staggered and his vision went dark. Without any warning, the stellar energy in his body was unable to connect, and he dropped to the ground. Not only that, Wang Chong had clearly closed off all his pores and acupoints, but at this moment, Wang Chong's psychic energy could clearly sense that unbelievably small things were entering his body through those pores and acupoints. Moreover, these things were truly as small as a strand of hair, but they were constantly moving about and burrowing into his body. They clearly possessed a life of their own. Some of them were so fast that they only needed a few seconds to pass through his pores and enter Wang Chong's meridians. Just what are these things? Shocked, Wang Chong hurriedly copied the chief of Wushang and sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating all his stellar energy to suppress them. But the stellar energy of a martial artist was not very effective against these hair-like creatures. Even when Wang Chong mobilized the stellar energy in his body, he only managed to slow them down a little, but he was unable to stop these hair-like creatures. Cold sweat immediately trickled down Wang Chong's back. He had never encountered such a ghostly attack method, and the attacks of martial artists seemed to have no effect on them at all. At this moment, only the evil emperor was in a slightly better situation. His face was pale and tiny beads of sweat were seeping out of his forehead, but he still floated in the air and did not fall to the ground. Zhang Wenfu, this is what you get for opposing me. These hair goo are made from 49 of the most powerful goo poisons in Miaojiang. They devoured each other and refined them into the most powerful goo poisons in the entire Miaojiang. I know the characteristics of you martial artists, so when I was cultivating the goo poisons, I took them into my body and fed them with my own stellar energy. You're resisting with all your might now, but you're only delaying your deaths. No matter what you do, you're all going to die. The Goo Poison King's voice rang out in everyone's ears. All of you could have escaped death by handing over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasures, but now you dare to oppose me. You truly have only yourselves to blame. Once I kill you, those treasures will also fall into my hand. No one said a word. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang all had their teeth tightly clenched, while the Formation Elder had long ago fallen unconscious. This was the terrifying aspect of the Goo Poison King's ability to kill invisibly. The Formation Elder was one thing, but Wang Chong and the chief of Wushang were both top-class experts of the current era, and yet they had instantly fallen for the Goo Poison King's trick. The Goo Poison King's hair goo was proof of this. Just what is this thing? Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the ground, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. He had never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying crisis. He had powerful skills, but there was no place for him to use them. Old Senior Zhou is already unconscious, and Master and the Chief of Wushang have also been affected. If this continues, all of us will die here. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil as he frantically tried to think of a countermeasure. But the Goo Poison King had dominated the Miao territory for many years, and not even the demonic emperor had been able to do anything to him. One could easily imagine how powerful he was, and he would not be so easily dealt with. But while Wang Chong was panicking, the unexpected occurred. Warning! A tiny unknown intruder has been discovered attempting to invade the Stone of Destiny. This has been determined to be compatible with the Stone of Destiny's Purge ability. Does user wish to activate this ability? The Stone of Destiny's cold and emotionless voice resounded in his mind. Wang Chong was surprised by this voice. What's going on? This was definitely an unexpected discovery. Wang Chong had been in contact with the Stone of Destiny for so long, but he had never known that the Stone of Destiny had a purge ability. Although he was surprised, Wang Chong quickly understood. The hair goo must have entered my mind, followed my meridians, and entered the Stone of Destiny's area of influence. The Stone of Destiny judged it as an invasion, which triggered the Stone of Destiny's retaliation. Activate Purge ability. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong immediately activated the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Purge ability activated. User can freely purge all unknown intruders within an hour. The countdown begins now. The Stone of Destiny's voice resounded again. An hour. Hearing this voice, Wang Chong was surprised. He originally thought that this ability could only be used on him, and it was passive. But now it seemed that the Stone of Destiny's purge ability could not only be used on him, but also on others. It was a very active ability. I understand. The hair goo can endlessly invade my body. Just purging the hair goo in my body is far from enough. This is why the Stone of Destiny gave me the purge ability. Wang Chong's reaction was very fast. In just a moment, he immediately understood the crux of the matter. And with this ability, Wang Chong's confidence soared. Activate Purge. With a thought, Wang Chong activated the Stone of Destiny's purge ability without hesitation. In the next moment, a formless ripple burst forth from Wang Chong's body. Different from other powers, this power came from within Wang Chong's mind, with the Stone of Destiny as the core. Chapter 1457. Now that he had rid his body of these tiny hair goo, Wang Chong felt his body lighten, his mind clear, and his stellar energy flowed much faster. Bang! After purging the hair goo from his body, Wang Chong pushed his palm against the ground and soared into the air. He appeared next to his master, the evil emperor, and pressed a palm against the demonic emperor's shoulder. "Master, I'll help you." Wang Chong immediately activated the Stone of Destiny's purging ability. That invisible energy passed through Wang Chong's palm and into the evil emperor's body. Bang! In just a few seconds, the hair goo in the demonic emperor old man's body melted away like snow. In a flash of light, Wang Chong appeared next to the chief of Wushang and the formation elder. A few moments later, Wang Chong had purged all the hair goo in their bodies. All that's left are the hair goo in the air. Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he slowly descended to the ground. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the sky. The Goo Poison King's hair goo could fuse with the wind, invisible and terrifying to the extreme. Purging the hair goo in one's body was just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. If he wanted to neutralize the Goo Poison King's attack, he had to purge all the goo in the surroundings. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong extended his palm into the air and activated the Stone of Destiny's ability. Complete Purge. A moment later, with Wang Chong's right palm as the center, an invisible ripple spread out in every direction. Although he couldn't see anything around him, in the world of psychic energy, he could see tens of thousands of hair goo in the air, with Wang Chong at the center, layer after layer, circle after circle, constantly being destroyed. Wherever that formless ripple passed, almost no hair goo could survive. When the Stone of Destiny's cleansing power ended, with Wang Chong as the center, the area within a radius of several dozen li instantly became lighter, and there was no longer any goo poison. Even the black poisonous gas in the void shook under the effect of this power and quickly dissipated. "No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible." A shocked voice came from the void. Wang Chong's attack method was the same as his goo poison, invisible and formless. Others might not be able to sense it, but how could the Goo Poison King not know? These were all cultivated with his blood, sweat, and tears. As a famous figure in the sect for decades, the Goo Poison King had never thought that his goo poison would be broken by a young man. Now there's only one thing left. Wang Chong ignored the shocked voice in the air. His feet landed on the ground, his eyelids drooped, and he quickly closed his eyes. After the previous battle, Wang Chong deeply understood that whether it was the Five Poisons Old Man, the Snake King, or the Black Venom King, they were only ordinary people. They weren't as divine as the legends made them out to be. The Snake King's true body was hidden among the snakes, but he cultivated a secret art that fused his aura with the snakes, making it difficult to discover him. The Black Venom King soared in the sky through the giant bird, controlling his poison crows. As for the 7 Fiends King, his true body was hidden 400 to 500 meters underground. None of these people had reached the level where they could control their goo poison from thousands of li away. Their true bodies had to be near the goo poison king, but because they were well hidden, ordinary people couldn't discover them. No matter how mysterious and terrifying the goo poison king was, he had to have a weakness. Wang Chang's psychic energy was boundless, spreading out in all directions, carpet-searching every corner, not leaving a single blind spot. A moment later, Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes, and his lips curled up into a smile. "Found it! Goo Poison King, it's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll also give you a gift." Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning, and he quickly turned his head to look at a withered tree several thousand zhang away in the northwest. This tree looked extremely inconspicuous, and even in the world of the source of energy, there were no special energy fluctuations. However, Wang Chong knew that this was the Goo Poison King's vital point. Xiao, without any hesitation, Wang Chong's body blurred, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he instantly appeared in front of the withered tree. The crisis is over. Now it's our turn to attack. Wang Chong smiled, and his fingers were like hooks as he forcefully grabbed. With a crack, a piece of withered tree bark was instantly torn off by Wang Chong. Without the cover of the tree bark, a huge blood cicada was immediately exposed in the trunk. This blood cicada was the size of a palm, and its body was transparent like agate or jade. The thin wings on its back were like crystals, shining brightly. No matter how one looked at it, this was not a normal creature of the natural world. This blood cicada had been hiding in the withered tree for who knew how long, and now that Wang Chong had torn off its bark, it was clearly panicking. Yes, panicking. If one did not see it with their own eyes, it would be very difficult to believe that an insect could have such human-like emotions. Wang Chong's attack had clearly disrupted its plans. It flapped its wings and subconsciously wanted to fly into the sky, but in front of Wang Chong, all of this was futile. Squeak! This blood cicada had only flown a few feet when it was immediately caught by Wang Chong with lightning speed. Goo Poison King, this is your origin soul goo, right? Everything comes with a price. Don't tell me you think you can escape unscathed? Wang Chong looked down at the blood cicada in his hand and sneered. Brat, don't you dare. Almost at the same time, a furious voice rang out, but there was more panic and confusion. But Wang Chong ignored him. He clenched his fist, and the blood cicada the size of a palm was immediately crushed. Blood spurted out and the creature died instantly. Almost at the same time that the blood cicada was crushed, a shrill scream came from dozens of miles away. The next moment, a figure leaped out from the yellow sand. While still in the air, he immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The figure flew all the way to the south, and as he fled, he kept shouting, "You're dead! Impossible, this is impossible! No one can break my goo poison, this is impossible!" Unlike the 5 Poisons Elder and the Snake King, the Goo Poison King's true body had been hiding in the distant Mohian desert. His aura was concealed, and his entire body was covered in yellow sand. At such a distance, even Wang Chong's mind power could not reach him. The Goo Poison King's true body was controlled from afar by the blood cicada primordial soul goo. Almost all the hair goo in the air had been released by the blood cicada. There was a saying in Miaojiang that there was a mother of goo, and this blood cicada was the Goo Poison King's mother of goo. No matter how many hair goo Wang Chong killed, it didn't affect the Goo Poison King much. As long as he had the blood cicada, he could go back and nurture it, and it would return to normal. This was the Goo Poison King's terrifying strength. But the Goo Poison King had never imagined that Wang Chong would not only destroy his hair goo, but also find his blood cicada's true body. At the Goo Poison King's level of cultivation, the more powerful the mother of goo was, the more compatible it would be with the body's essence and soul. Wang Chong destroying his blood cicada was no different from dealing him a fatal blow. According to Miaojiang's tradition, the Gu Poison King had lost most of his life. Even if he returned to Miaojiang, he wouldn't live for more than 2 or 3 years. Demonic Emperor, I will not let you and your disciple go. The Gu Poison King's hateful voice resounded through the air, but he had already vanished. All the snakes, scorpions, poisonous fog, and poisonous insects in the surroundings scattered, and everything returned to normal. Just like that, an unprecedented crisis had been resolved. On the ground, the formation elder finally came to, and the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang landed on the ground, recovering. The blood cicada. This is the Gu Poison King's primordial soul Gu. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen what the Gu Poison King's primordial soul Gu looks like. The group gathered around Wang Chong, and the formation elder clicked his tongue in wonder as he stared at the crushed blood cicada. But while he was amazed, the formation elder couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Wang Chong, kid, it was all thanks to you, or else we would have all been wiped out. Right, just how did you get rid of this Gu? These words immediately attracted the attention of Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang. Even now, the Gu Poison King's attacks appeared to be rather unsolvable. If not for Wang Chong, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It's a long story. After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong found an excuse to brush it all off, attributing it all to a fortuitous encounter. Fortunately, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang only had questions and did not pursue the matter. Wang Chong had always been training outside and rarely appeared in front of the evil emperor, so the evil emperor rarely asked about what happened to Wang Chong. Thus, neither the chief of Wushang nor the evil emperor found Wang Chong's fortuitous encounter strange. Brother Wenfu, Brother Zhou, the 5 Poisons Elder, the Gu Poison King, and the others' attacks have already attracted the attention of some people. The urgent task at hand is to leave this place as soon as possible, the chief of Wushang said as he looked up at the sky. All the venomous creatures had scattered. Although they had resolved a crisis, they had also lost a barrier, and an even greater danger was soon to strike. The group nodded and fled southwest. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Right now, the northwestern region was filled with trepidation for everyone. Wang Chong and the others had to leave this area that was the center of attention as soon as possible. However, the plans of the heavens were no match for the plans of man. They had not gotten far when a strange and sinister laugh suddenly came from the sky. Ha ha ha, evil emperor, I've finally found you. The sky rumbled with thunder as this voice rang out. Wang Chong suddenly raised his head and saw black clouds roiling in front of him, blotting out the sky and surging toward them. And in the midst of the black clouds was a massive black dragon, its serpentine body extremely lifelike as it charged toward them. That mountain-like body, even from a distance, made people feel a strong sense of oppression. The Black Een Ancestor. Chapter 1458. Everyone had reacted very quickly, but they had still underestimated the desire of the martial arts world's martial artists for the origin immortal art. It was almost impossible to hide from a titan of the martial arts world like the Black Een Ancestor. At the very least, they could not leave before dealing with him. Seniors, be careful. If the Black Een Ancestor is here, the people of the 5 Ancestor Alliance are probably not far away. Wang Chong looked at the Black Een Ancestor in the sky, alarms ringing in his mind. One Black Een Ancestor was not much of a threat to them. Both his master and the chief of Wushang were enough to deal with him. But if the Black Een Ancestor was here, it meant that the myriad Ghost Ancestor and the other experts of the 5 Ancestor Alliance were also nearby. Dealing with him would not be easy. Luo Qin, a person should know their own limit. Do you also want to covet the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury in front of this old man? The evil emperor calmly looked up at the sky. Although the Black Een Ancestor was one of the titans of the martial arts world, there was still a significant gap between them. Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand. The Black Een ancestor's resounding voice came from the sky. Dark clouds churned as the Black Een ancestor's massive black dragon plummeted down from the sky like a meteor. With a boom, he crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha ha, demonic emperor, I just want to make a deal with you. Zhang Wenfu, you're also an elder of the martial arts world, so you should know what's going on. Right now, almost all the factions of the martial arts world are looking for you. You don't think that you can still calmly escape and dig up some treasure, do you? Why don't you give me the treasures you obtained from the Origin Immortal Formation and the Origin Immortal Art Treasure Map? In exchange, I will give you some top-class techniques and treasures of the martial arts world. Of course, if you feel like you're losing out, I can also give you 30% of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury besides the Origin Immortal Art. What do you think? The great grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was still in the form of a black dragon. His whiskers were shaking in the wind, which made him look mighty and lifelike. Great Black Dragon Divine Art. This was the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect's most powerful fighting stance. Not even the Black Een ancestor dared to be careless in the face of the demonic emperor, the leader of the evil path, who had massacred the entire martial arts world. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very tense on the inside. He had long since prepared himself for an intense battle with the demonic emperor. You aren't qualified enough. The evil emperor stared coldly at the huge black dragon not too far away. His every movement naturally exuded a domineering aura. From afar, although the size of the demonic emperor and the black dragon differed greatly in size, the actual situation was the exact opposite. The one who was truly at a disadvantage, or even fearful, was the larger black dragon. But upon hearing the demonic emperor's reply, the Black Een ancestor's black dragon form shook its head, a hint of anger appearing in its massive eyes. But before the Black Een ancestor could say anything, a cold and emotionless voice resounded in everyone's ears. You're right. Since that's the case, it seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Whether you want to or not, you'll have to keep the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure. Whoosh! The wind howled, and in the next moment, without the slightest warning, black smoke billowed from the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles, and the turbid air between heaven and earth suddenly rose. Wang Chong could clearly sense that the stellar energy in his body had been disrupted, and it was no longer as smooth and unrestrained as before. The myriad ghost ancestor. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Probably only the myriad ghost ancestor, Pei Luanchang, could control such a large area of foul energy and even affect the circulation of stellar energy in one's body. Although the Black Een ancestor's brilliance often surpassed Pei Luanchang's, Wang Chong had never dared to underestimate the myriad ghost ancestor. Anyone who could become a top-class expert of the evil path and become the leader of the Five Ancestor Alliance had never been a simple character. If they were, they would never have reached their current position. Moreover, Pei Luanchang cultivated one of the 10 great arts of the world, the myriad ghosts' pilgrimage great Een art. A dog that bites doesn't bark. He clearly possessed a supreme art, but he had never revealed it, causing others to inadvertently forget about him. To Wang Chong, this sort of person was the most frightening of all. In Wang Chong's mind, the myriad ghost ancestor had always been a greater threat than the Black Een ancestor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several hundred zhang behind the Black Een ancestor, a figure was moving along a zigzagging path, moving at a seemingly slow pace but actually moving very quickly toward the group. His face was rigid and his entire body was unsmiling, as if he had been carved out of wood. Moreover, Wang Chong realized that the myriad ghost ancestor was not moving in a straight line. Instead, every time he moved, he would blend into the shadows of the surrounding rocks and trees, making it so that others would unwittingly overlook his existence. earth shrink to inches. With just a few glances, Wang Chang's pupils constricted as he recognized this powerful technique. Earth shrink was not a legendary technique, but an extremely formidable technique of the martial arts world from the ancient era, one of the most difficult and top-class lightness arts to cultivate. Back then, Wang Chong had read extensively about this ancient technique. But at the time, it was publicly acknowledged that earth shrink had been lost. Wang Chong hadn't expected to see it with his own eyes. But before he had time to think, a storm of powerful energy appeared in Wang Chong's perception. Evil energy roiled over the horizon as the 5 Ancestor Alliance's elders, protectors, and experts, several hundred in number, were rapidly moving in their direction. It was clear that the Black Een Ancestor and the 5 Ancestor Alliance had come prepared. Luo Qin, it seems like you're seeking death. The evil emperor stood in front of them, his robes flapping in the wind, his lofty figure as imposing as a mountain. Whether it was the Black Een Ancestor or the Myriad Ghost Ancestor, when he was in power, none of them dared to even breathe too loudly, only looking up to him. Even though the times had changed and he had retired for 2 years. The Black Een Ancestor was delusional to think that he could take the origin immortal treasury from him. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhang is truly a hero, no less than you were in the past. I heard that your Dantian was destroyed by that traitorous disciple, and everyone thought that you had retired and become a cripple. Only I didn't believe it. How could the mighty demonic emperor be that sort of person? As expected, in just 2 years, you've recovered your former cultivation. As expected of the demonic emperor. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar and resounded in the sky above the crowd. I just knew that one Luo Qin wouldn't be able to suppress you, and neither would the addition of Pei Luanchang. I just don't know if the addition of me, Wei Wuxie, will make a difference. Hong long long, only the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. At first, the sound seemed to come from very far away, but in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared on the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, it had already shortened the distance by half. In just a few blinks of an eye, that black figure was like a bolt of lightning. With a flash, it drew a beautiful arc in the sky like a large bird, and with a bang, it landed on the ground. He stood next to Luo Qin and Pei Luanchang. Brother Zhang, it's been a long time. Along with this voice, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Even Wang Chang's expression flickered. Wang Chong had little understanding of the people of the martial arts world, but Wang Chong could tell that this elder, who called himself Wei Wuxie, was undoubtedly a supreme expert on par with the Black Een Ancestor Luo Qin and the Myriad Ghost Ancestor Pei Luanchang. One Black Een Ancestor was easy to deal with, and the Myriad Ghost Ancestor was also easy to deal with, but with 3 titans of the evil path gathered together, the situation was completely different. Bone Devil Ancestor. The formation elder trembled in fear at the sight of the deathly pale elder behind Luo Qin and Pei Luanchang. The Bone Devil Ancestor, Wei Wuxie, had already been famous for more than 30 years. If one were to make a ranking of the evil path's villains, while Wei Wuxie might not have been number 1, he would have been in the top 3. Now that 3 demons of the evil path had gathered together, the group was in an extremely perilous situation. Wei Wuxie, it seems like you've grown stronger in these 2 years. You actually dare to threaten me. At this moment, the only person who could maintain their composure was Wang Chang's master, demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. As the number 1 figure of the evil path, the demonic emperor possessed his own domineering and arrogance. Although the 3 demon ancestors of the evil path possessed extraordinary strength and held important positions in the evil path, there was still a significant gap between them and the demonic emperor when he was at his zenith. Haha, Brother Zhang, if it was in the past, with you here, we would definitely turn around and leave without a second word, without even asking for a reason. But if we wanted to blame someone, we could only blame the temptation of the origin immortal art. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, while birds die for food. Perhaps if we fight with Brother Zhang today, we'll be able to take away the treasures left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. Wei Wuxie stepped forward, his expression relaxed and his eyes devoid of fear. Haha, Zhang Wenfu, don't try to be tough on the outside. You're probably the only one who can fight right now. But your Dantian is crippled, and as for that disciple of yours, he was able to take a blow from me and Song Yuani, so he hasn't tarnished your reputation. Alas, if I'm not wrong, your disciple has already suffered a cultivation defect. Although the great Yin-Yang Heaven creation art is powerful, it's easy for one to suffer a cultivation defect. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one's energy will immediately run amok. If my guess is correct, Demonic Emperor, you came to the northwest in search of the Origin Immortal Art for your disciple, right? Ha ha ha, Demonic Emperor, we know that you're powerful, and there are only a handful of people in the martial arts world that can defeat you. If we really did fight, we might not be able to beat you, but your disciple would be doomed. Chapter 1459. Despicable. The Formation Elder couldn't help but curse at these words. It was clear that the Black Yin Ancestors group wanted to use Wang Chong to threaten the evil emperor and seize the map to the Origin Immortal Treasury and the Energy Condensation Pearl. Humph! But both the Black Yin Ancestor and Wei Wuxie were focused on the evil emperor, completely ignoring everyone else. Is that so? It seems like you've got me. At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Wang Chong looked at the three patriarchs of the evil path and suddenly began to laugh. Black Yin Ancestor, since that's the case, let me have a go at you. Boom. Wang Chong's body swayed as he shot out from behind the evil emperor, leaving behind countless afterimages as he charged at the Black Yin Ancestor. Hee-hey! The three evil path ancestors were stunned by this sight, clearly not expecting Wang Chong to take the initiative to attack. But a moment later, the Black Yin Ancestor let out a sinister laugh and a mocking smile in his eyes as he shot forward like a cannonball. Boom boom boom. As everyone watched, Wang Chong and the Black Yin Ancestor collided. Majestic stellar energy exploded from their bodies, erupting like a fountain several dozen meters into the air. Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation Art. Great Black Dragon Divine Art. Under everyone's gaze, with just a flash, the two of them soared into the sky and displayed their strongest technique. Boom boom boom. Boundless waves of energy swept through the air. Illusory images of the sun and moon flickered in and out of existence. All the air in a radius of several thousand meters transformed into streams of energy that rapidly revolved around a single figure in the air. Not only that, a dreadful attractive force erupted from the ground. Large chunks of rock and gravel, and even some of the corpses of the snakes, were sucked into the air and pulled toward Wang Chong. The myriad ghost ancestor and bone devil ancestor were both taken aback by such a great commotion. At this moment, Wang Chong had transformed into a dangerous storm. His body was surrounded by thick ripples of origin energy, so violent that it seemed capable of tearing everything to shreds. This was completely different from the energy Wang Chong had displayed a few days ago. It was like one had his hands and feet tied up while the other had his full power. Roar! Furious roars resounded through the air as the Black Yin Ancestor's black dragon gnashed its teeth, clawed its claws, and lashed out with its tail as it fiercely attacked Wang Chong. Every move of the Black Yin Ancestor's black dragon form possessed the power to topple mountains and rend the earth. Wang Chong's provocation infuriated the evil path ancestor. Brat, I'll tear you apart. The Black Yin Ancestor's roar resounded through the heavens. That'll depend on whether you have the ability or not. Wang Chong's icy voice gave tit for tat, not yielding in the slightest as it echoed through the air. The formless void seemed to transform into the world's most powerful weapon. Violent stellar energy collided again and again, repelling the Black Yin Ancestor's attack. Wang Chong's black dragon and the Black Yin ancestor's black dragon were as different as the heavens and the earth, but the truth of the matter was the exact opposite. Each of Wang Chong's attacks was imbued with the strength of 1,000 Jun. In terms of pure strength, he even surpassed the Black Yin ancestor's black dragon form. And in his battle with the Black Yin ancestor, Wang Chong had chosen to use his fists to meet the enemy head-on. Not only that, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was so profound that a significant portion of the Black Yin ancestor's attacks would be repelled. Each clash between the Black Yin ancestor and Wang Chong left the Black Yin ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor trembling uncontrollably. On the ground, the myriad Ghost ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor were dumbfounded. They knew that Wang Chong was the demonic emperor's disciple and had seen Wang Chong withstand the attacks of Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor, but they had never imagined that Wang Chong would be so unstoppable, putting all of his strength into each of his attacks. The Black Yin ancestor was a top-class expert of the martial arts world, possessing an extraordinary cultivation technique and rich battle experience. But in this battle, the Black Yin ancestor was being suppressed by Wang Chong. This was simply inconceivable. How could this be? The 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples were stupefied by this sight, all of them staring at the sky, speechless. This kid, he's so powerful. Let alone the others, even the formation elder, who had taught him formations, was flabbergasted by the sight in the sky. It was one thing to know that Wang Chong was strong, but it was another to know that he was strong enough to suppress the Black Yin ancestor. Wang Chong's strength had completely surpassed his imagination. This kid isn't much weaker than his master. When he recalled that the evil emperor had said that he had taken Wang Chong as his disciple for less than 2 years, the formation elder was speechless. To be able to make a titan of the martial arts world like the Black Yin ancestor lower his head in just 2 years, just how talented was he? He suddenly understood why the demonic emperor valued this disciple so highly. Alas, if only he were my disciple. When he thought of this, the formation elder couldn't help but sigh. In the sky, the battle between Wang Chong and the Black Yin ancestor was intensifying. This old man is going to explode from anger. Die for this ancestor. The Black Yin ancestor was enraged, his body seething with black smoke as he unleashed all sorts of stellar energy attacks. Nonsense. Wang Chong was utterly disdainful of the Black Yin ancestor's rage. With the energy condensation pearl, Wang Chong had finally escaped the restraints of his cultivation defect and could use all his technique. Since you're not convinced, I'll beat you into submission. As his icy voice resounded through the sky, Wang Chong immediately used the 3 killing techniques of the Great Yin-Yang Heaven creation art. Great Yin-Yang art. In the sky, the 2 phantoms of the sun and moon suddenly fused into one and slammed into the mountainous black dragon's body. The terrifying energy made the black dragon tremble and instantly render it speechless. Vast heaven-earth art. The world spun, the winds howling, and sand and pebbles flew. Wang Chong's aura suddenly soared, and the entire world seemed to turn gray and hazy. Wang Chong's attack caused the myriad Ghost ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor to grimace. There was practically no one in the martial arts world who did not know of these supreme techniques of demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu, and the myriad Ghost ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor had both suffered at the hands of these techniques. Rumble. In front of everyone's eyes, the 2 auras collided heavily. The Black Yin ancestor's black dragon was as large as a mountain and incredibly powerful, but at this moment, Wang Chong's attack forced him back several dozen feet, his massive body trembling as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. But this was far from the end. After the vast heaven-earth art, Wang Chong's 3rd attack, the Great Destruction art, followed. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the space within a radius of several thousand meters seemed to have shattered. A vast destructive energy erupted from Wang Chong's body and rumbled toward the black dragon in the sky. Great Destruction art. How could this be? For the first time, the Black Een ancestor's eyes finally showed panic. Each of the three supreme techniques of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was incredibly powerful. Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu had relied on these techniques to slaughter his way through the martial arts world and defeat countless experts. These three techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. One needed to have an extraordinary mastery of the use of energy, to be able to use it down to the finest detail. This was not something that could be achieved with mere strength. But no matter what the Black Een ancestor thought, it was already too late. With a heaven-shaking scream, the Black Een ancestor only had enough time to gather all the stellar energy in his body into his right claw and fiercely strike out, but then he was sent flying by the dreadful power of the claw. Damn it! As Wang Chong and the Black Een ancestor clashed in the air, not even the myriad ghost ancestor and the others could stop them in time. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the myriad ghost ancestor shot into the air at Wang Chong. On the other side, the Bone Devil ancestor charged forward, his body erupting with energy as he faced off against Wang Chong. The fact that the three ancestors had dared to seek out the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu and demand the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map and energy condensation pearl was because they had the advantage in numbers. As the saying went, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and even a strong man was no match for numbers. No matter how formidable the demonic emperor was, he could not stop the combined might of these three. But their plan had been wrong from the start. Rumble! Even as the myriad ghost patriarch shot up into the sky, a white walking stick, as straight as a pole, lightly tapped the ground twice. The earth quaked as an enormous energy soared from behind the demonic emperor. Old man, if you want to harm that child Wang Chong, you'll have to get past this old man first. The chief of Wushang had been standing silently behind the evil emperor this entire time. Even the myriad ghost ancestor and the Bone Devil ancestor had inadvertently overlooked his existence. But now, the chief of Wushang had used his indisputable strength to change everyone's expectations. Rumble! Before the myriad ghost ancestor could even get close to Wang Chong, he was intercepted by the chief of Wushang. Their palms clashed, and a destructive energy swept out in all directions. The myriad ghost ancestor's energy was thrown into disarray as he dropped from the sky. The chief of Wushang also dropped to the ground, but his movements were much more relaxed. Thump thump! At almost the same time, Wang Chong and the Black Een ancestor landed on the ground. Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind, his expression relaxed and carefree, while the Black Een ancestor had dispersed his dragon form, a nasty grimace on his face. For a time, the heavens and the earth were silent, and the surroundings were deathly still. Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew between the two groups of people. The surrounding 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, their eyes nervously staring forward. Chapter 1460. The difference in strength between the two sides in this battle was as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Wang Chong had clearly suffered a cultivation defect and was not suited for intense battle, but he seemed completely unaffected by the Black Een ancestors' battle. That was not to mention the unfathomably powerful chief of Wushang. For a moment, even the strongest of them, the Bone Devil ancestor, felt apprehensive and didn't dare to recklessly attack. Wei Wuxia, how do you want me to deal with you? At this moment, the evil emperor suddenly spoke up. His gaze slowly swept over the three, his expression icy. Such a simple sentence caused the expressions of the three of them to change slightly. They were even more apprehensive than before. Before his Dantian had been destroyed, the demonic emperor had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 figure of the evil path, and he knew the martial arts of all the titans of the evil path like the back of his hand. In one-on-one battles, the 3 evil path patriarchs had never been able to defeat the evil emperor. How could they not feel fear after decades of psychological trauma? But a moment later, A majestic blast of stellar energy exploded in the distance, sweeping through the world like a storm. At the same time, everyone could sense a massive aura rushing towards them like a vast, dark green ocean. This is? Wang Chong's brow creased as he raised his head and looked in the direction of the energy. Saint Martial experts had extremely sharp senses, and Wang Chong sensed that this person was extremely powerful, probably on par with experts like the myriad ghost ancestor or Song Yuanyi. This person's energy was also extremely strange, making Wang Chong involuntarily think of the surging waters, as if this person's stellar energy contained the thick aura of the sea. It's him. The demonic emperor. Old man's brow rose as if he had thought of something, and he turned in the direction of that storm of energy. On the other side, the Black Yin ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, and the others all breathed sighs of relief. The sudden appearance of this energy greatly reduced the pressure on the three of them. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. The demonic emperor was feared by everyone in the martial arts world, and they all paled at the mere mention of his name. Other than his cultivation level, it was also because of his rich battle and killing experience, as well as his vicious style of doing things. Of the three, Bone Devil Patriarch was the toughest and most skilled in martial arts. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, even the Bone Devil ancestor wouldn't be willing to provoke someone as ferocious as the demonic emperor. Screech! The wind howled. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of hiding from the start. A series of ear-piercing whistles tore through the heavens and earth. Furthermore, it was heading in the direction of the two groups at an astonishing speed. In front of everyone's eyes, a ball of majestic energy was rushing over from afar like a meteor falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the enormous aura passed through layers of space and appeared less than 100 feet behind the Bone Devil Patriarch and the others. Rumble! The powerful aura, which seemed capable of devouring the heavens and devouring the seas, twisted in midair and then crashed to the ground. In the next moment, a silver-haired old man wearing a silver robe with wide sleeves immediately appeared in everyone's field of vision. The elder's eyes were sharp. Even though it was still early in the day, his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. However, the most eye-catching thing about the man was the emerald green hairpin on his head, as well as a pair of green, long-necked cranes on his robe and chest area. There were white cranes, red-crowned cranes, and black-necked cranes, but Wang Chong had never seen a green crane before. This elder who had suddenly appeared exuded an aura of mystery. What a lively scene! So many of our fellow Taoists have arrived. It seems that I've come just in time. The elder's face was unsmiling as he swept his gaze over the crowd. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. As the elder walked, Wang Chong's eyes focused. He immediately noticed that the craggy gravel on the ground was suddenly covered in tiny droplets of water, like the dew of winter. Jili Laozu. It really is him. I didn't think that the Origin Immortal Art would be able to attract this old monster. As Wang Chong was thinking, a soft voice came from behind him. It was the voice of the Formation Elder. With a thought, Wang Chong gathered his energy and sent a message. Senior Zhou, who is this Jili Laozu? His technique seems to be very unusual. Wang Chong whispered. The martial arts world has a saying about the 12 ancestors. They are the 12 strongest ancestors of the righteous and evil paths, ancestors that cannot be lightly provoked. This Jili Laozu is one of them. His territory is in the northeast's Yuzhou region, and he never leaves it, nor does he set foot in the Central Plains. Thus, even when your master went on a rampage, he was able to stay out of it. He cultivates a water-based technique, and as long as there's water, his strength will be greatly boosted. It's said that he can even summon the water in the clouds, allowing him to summon the wind and rain. In this torrential rain, few people can fight against him, the Formation Elder said. Although he was devoted to the study of formations, the Formation Elder still had some understanding of the thunderous names of the martial arts world. In the end, he was still a member of the martial arts world. And there was probably no one in the martial arts world who did not know of Jili Laozu. Summon the wind and rain. Wang Chong was flabbergasted by the formation elder's words. In both his last life and this one, he had never interacted much with the people of the martial arts world, so he had never known that the martial arts world had a supreme art that could summon the wind and rain. Moreover, there was no such art among the 10 supreme arts. However, Wang Chong was well aware that while the art was important, the most important was the person. There were some people who were gifted by the heavens. Even though they didn't have that kind of opportunity to learn the 10 great arts, they could rely on their own willpower and talent to cultivate the arts in their hands to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, turning the rotten into the miraculous, surpassing the shackles of the cultivation art itself. Although this kind of person didn't have the 10 great unparalleled extraordinary arts, his strength was probably not inferior to anyone who cultivated the 10 great unparalleled extraordinary arts. At this level, strength had nothing to do with the art. Strength depended solely on the martial artist's own strength, and this Jili Laozu was clearly this sort of person. Another one who covets the origin immortal art. Perfect. I'll kill all of you one by one. The demonic emperor old man suddenly spoke. Killing intent surged out of his body, causing the air in a radius of several dozen feet to twist as a new and intimidating energy erupted from his body. This energy was completely different from his usual energy, and even Wang Chong found it a little unfamiliar. On the other side, the Bone Devil ancestor and the others instantly grimaced. Even Jili Laozu grimaced. In terms of savagery, the evil emperor was truly the world's number one. He had slaughtered countless experts of the righteous and evil path, and even someone like the Bone Devil ancestor had suffered at his hands. Although the evil emperor's dantian had been destroyed, that familiar ruthless energy still lingered on his body, and all of them felt a lingering fear and apprehension. It's here. It's in this direction. There can't be any mistake. That's where the battle took place. Look over there. There's so many people. Everyone, follow. As the atmosphere became stifling and stifling suddenly, a hubbub of voices came from the distance. From afar, countless people were rushing over. Wang Chong's group had been here for too long and had attracted too much attention. Countless martial artists were flocking to this place. Even Wang Chong's group was rather apprehensive of this unprecedented gathering of martial artists. Master. Wang Chong subconsciously turned to his master. The situation was extremely unfavorable to them. The longer they stayed here, the more they would attract the attention of the martial arts world's experts. Once a large number of martial artists gathered, it would be too late to leave. But before Wang Chong's group could decide whether to stay or leave, a thunderous howl came from the extreme north. In the next moment, a powerful aura rushed toward them like a storm. Before this figure arrived, the air seemed to be on fire, a scorching wave of heat coming from the distance. Good. Jili Laozu, the myriad ghost ancestor, the Black Een ancestor, all the top-class experts of the world have gathered here. How could this sovereign miss such a gathering? From afar, a figure riding on a warhorse was approaching at lightning speed. Before this figure arrived, a tyrannical voice resounded in everyone's ears. Nay! The warhorse whinnied as the figure became one with his horse. It was like he was riding on clouds, traveling with astonishing speed. It's the Four Ends Martial Lord. The formation elder stared at that figure, his lips trembling. 3 Evil Path ancestors and the Lone Silence ancestor were already very difficult to deal with, and now there was the domineering and masculine Four Ends Martial Lord. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Even worse, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. He had never heard of the Four Ends Martial Lord, but from the formation elder's reaction, He could tell that the Four Ends martial lord was a supreme expert on par with Jili Laozu and the myriad ghost ancestor. Moreover, his energy was like a blazing sun, so tyrannical that this was the first time Wang Chong had ever encountered one. It seems like we can only fight to the death. Wang Chong stroked the energy condensation pearl in his bosom, feeling much more at ease. A few moments later, the Four Ends martial lord appeared to the north of Wang Chong's group, stopping not far away. He was clad in golden armor, and waves of heat waves swept towards him. The monstrous warhorse beneath him made him look even taller and bigger. Chapter 1461. Wang Chong, you must be careful. This Four Ends martial lord was originally an officer on the border of the imperial court, and by a stroke of luck, he obtained the legacy of the Scorching Sun sect from more than 200 years ago. The symbol of this sect is the Scorching Sun golden armor he wears and his peerlessly domineering Scorching Sun divine art. The Four Ends martial lord's great Scorching Sun divine art has already reached the level of transcendence, and he's on the verge of transforming into a blazing sun that can incinerate the world. The formation elder whispered from behind Wang Chong. Did you also come for this? The evil emperor stared at the Four Ends martial lord, his eyes brimming with killing intent. It had been a very long time since he had unleashed his killing intent. If these people thought that they could bully him with numbers, they were gravely mistaken. The thick killing intent exuding from the evil emperor immediately caused the air to tense up. Whoosh! As these groups faced off against each other, few people noticed that from the northeast, a figure was observing them from a distance. He was wearing an extremely conspicuous yin-yang crane diagram. Hurry and report this to the Alliance Lord. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly turned around and ran into the distance. At the same time, a messenger pigeon soared into the sky from his hand and quickly flew into the distance. Reporting to the Alliance Lord. Jili Laozu and the Four Ends martial lord have all arrived. Together with the Five Ancestor Alliance's myriad ghost ancestor and the others, we've gathered 5 top-class experts of the martial arts world. In addition, we've also discovered that mysterious and powerful elder at demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu's side. On a mountain several li away, a disciple of the Zhengqi League was kneeling on the ground, a respectful expression on his face. Bang! The surrounding experts of the Zhengqi League immediately fell into disarray upon hearing this scout's words, all of them discussing the matter. The development of the matter was much faster than everyone had expected. For nearly a day, all the martial artists of the martial arts world had been mobilized, but not even the shadow of demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu had been found. But now, the tracks of the demonic Emperor's group had been exposed to everyone, and they had instantly attracted the attention of many titans of the martial arts world. This matter involves the Origin Immortal Lord and his treasury. Even the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Four Ends Martial Lord have rushed over. Should we go as well? Otherwise, the Origin Immortal Art would have been monopolized by the Five Ancestor Alliance. Sikong Yuanjia stepped forward and sternly said, "There's no need. It's better to stay put than to move. Let's wait and see for now." Song Yuani stood at the top of the mountain, looking in the southwest direction where Wang Chong and the others were. A bright light flashed in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was stunned. However, this was Song Yuani's decision, and no one in the Zhengqi League dared to oppose it. "Yes," the crowd replied. At the same time, in the southwest, the demonic emperor's words caused the air to tense, as if a bloody battle could break out at any moment. No one dared to ignore the threat of the number 1 expert of the evil path, the demonic emperor. Whether it was Jili Laozu or the myriad ghost ancestor, both of them had apprehensive looks on their faces, their muscles tensing as they prepared to strike at any moment. In the next moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Atop the giant warhorse, the Four Ends martial lord flicked his wrist. Clang! A metal cylinder covered in intricate patterns shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the demonic emperor with astonishing speed. But the metal shaft was still in the air when it exploded into pieces. Just when everyone thought that the Four Ends martial lord would make the first move, a dark golden scroll immediately flew out from within, and its speed was greatly reduced. Clap! The demonic emperor old man opened his palm and took the dark golden scroll, immediately recognizing what it was. The Origin Immortal Art Treasure Map. The object that the Four Ends martial lord had thrown out was actually a precious treasure map. For a moment, everyone paled, and even their breathing became labored. The mood instantly changed. This action was so sudden that not even Wang Chong had expected it. There are 6 pieces of the treasure map in total. If we can't collect them all, no matter how many we have, they'll be useless. Moreover, the Origin Immortal Art has been lost for several hundred years, with no progress made. This is the closest we've ever been. Rather than having the Origin Immortal Art be lost for all of us, it would be better for everyone to work together and open the passage to the treasury. As for what comes after, it will be up to each of us to rely on our own abilities. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the Four Ends martial lord looked down at them and said something that left everyone dumbfounded. The Origin Immortal Art Treasure Map was incredibly precious, and every piece that got out could unleash a storm of blood in the martial arts world. Countless factions would fight over it, but the Four Ends martial lord had thrown it out like this. In the eyes of these people, this was an extremely foolish move. But gradually, they began to understand, and their expressions softened. That's right. The Origin Immortal Art has been lost for several hundred years, and no one has obtained it in these last several hundred years. Instead, many lives have been sacrificed. If everyone keeps the 6 pieces of the treasure map to themselves, then no one will be able to obtain it. Rather than that, it is better for everyone to hand it over and open the treasury together. Moreover, handing over the treasure map is not the same as handing over the Origin Immortal Art. In the end, obtaining the world's #1 art will depend on one's own ability. In an instant, the atmosphere instantly became much more subtle. Although the Four Ends martial lord's words were very reasonable, words were one thing, and actions were another. How could it be easy to get everyone to hand over the treasure map they had worked so hard to obtain to the demonic emperor? Fool! Why should we hand over the treasure map to him, and not the other way around? And why should we trust him? The Black Een ancestor coldly snorted, disdain for the Four Ends martial lord's actions. But just as the Black Een ancestor finished speaking, thus, he threw another treasure map not too far away from the demonic emperor old man. The mighty demonic emperor probably won't go back on his word. Four Ends martial lord, let's do as you say. I hope that in the end, we really can open the Origin Immortal Treasury. Jili Laozu said. He actually had a treasure map in his hand. It was only then that everyone understood why he had left his territory and traveled thousands of miles to the northwest. The evil emperor opened his palm, sucking the Origin Immortal Art treasure map into it, and then passed it to Wang Chong. Chonger, give it a try. Only with the real treasure map could one open the treasury, and the energy condensation pearl in Wang Chong's possession was the only way to verify the authenticity of the treasure map. Yes, master. Wang Chong took the Four Ends martial lord's treasure map and waved the energy condensation pearl over it. A moment later, rays of light shone through the pearl and onto the Four Ends martial lord's treasure map, causing silver lines and white specks of light to appear on the map. It's real. Wang Chong took the treasure map that Jili Laozu had tossed over, and the same silver lines and specks of light appeared. There was no doubt that the two treasure maps were real. Wang Chong already had one treasure map, and with the addition of Jili Laozu's and the Four Ends martial lords, they now had 3 real treasure maps. Only 3 more were needed to complete the map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. This is really unexpected. It seems like the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury really might be open, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Things had developed much more smoothly than he had imagined. Figures of the Four Ends Martial Lord and Jili Laozu's level of ambition and conduct were far superior to the average person's. Anyone else would never have taken them out even in death. But when he raised his head, Wang Chong noticed a sinister gaze fixed on him. "Kid, can you let me take a look at that pearl in your hand?" The Black Yin ancestor asked in a sinister voice as he stared at Wang Chong. Although he was doing his utmost to hide it, Wang Chong could still sense a deep greed in his eyes. "Of course not." Wang Chong faintly smiled as he put away the energy condensation pearl. This sudden action caused the Black Yin ancestor's face to contort into a nasty grimace. On the other hand, Wang Chong's face was brimming with derision. Even in the face of a martial arts titan like the Black Yin ancestor, Wang Chong showed no fear. Black Yin ancestor, as the saying goes, one never comes to a temple without a cause. Anyone who appears in the Northwest, without exception, has a plan. You didn't appear in the Northwest just to deal with the demonic emperor, did you? If my guess is correct, you also have a treasure map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. At this moment, the Four Ends Martial Lord spoke once more, this time targeting the Black Yin ancestor and the Five Ancestor Alliance. Any other place would have been fine, but this was the treasury of the Origin Immortal Art. Any martial arts titan that appeared in the Northwest had an extremely high chance of having a treasure map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. Four Ends Martial Lord, don't speak nonsense. How could our Five Ancestor Alliance have a treasure map? The Black Yin ancestor retorted without hesitation. However, before he finished speaking, a treasure map immediately flew out with a whoosh in the next moment. "Take this treasure map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury." The Black Yin ancestor was enraged and wanted to curse, but when he saw who had spoken, his heart trembled and he found himself unable to speak. The Bone Devil ancestor. Old Five, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. As long as we open the Origin Immortal Treasury, do you think we won't be able to get the Origin Immortal Art? Just then, a voice as soft as the buzz of a mosquito reached their ears. It was the voice of the Bone Devil ancestor. Although the Black Yin ancestor was the military advisor of the Five Ancestor Alliance, in terms of actual authority, the Bone Devil ancestor was above him. This expedition to the Northwest had also been the Bone Devil ancestor's idea. Yes, second brother. Chapter 1462. Wang Chong quickly took the treasure map that the Bone Devil ancestor had thrown at him and scanned it with the energy condensation pearl. A similar silver dot appeared. It really is real. Wang Chong nodded, unsurprised by this result. Figures like the Five Ancestor Alliance, Jili Laozu, and the Four Ends Martial Lord were all extremely powerful and experienced. If a treasure map in their hands was fake, it would be very difficult to fool them. Thus, Wang Chong's group now had 4 pieces of the treasure map. Now, they only needed 2 more pieces to complete the Origin Immortal Art treasure map. A battle that was originally on the verge of breaking out had turned hostility into friendship in the end. This was something that no one had expected. What? Jili Laozu, the Four Ends Martial Lord, the Black Yin ancestor, and the demonic emperor have joined together. In the rear, all the experts of the Zhengqi League were stunned by the news that the Black Yin ancestor and the evil emperor had joined together. Even the usually unflinching Zhengqi League Lord Song Yuani couldn't help but show a hint of shock. Everyone had thought that these sect giants would start fighting as soon as they saw each other, each resorting to their own schemes for the treasure map. But who would have thought that not only did they not start fighting, they even handed over all the treasure map. That's not all. The 4 of them even announced to all the martial artists of the Northwest that they should hand over their treasure maps and open the Origin Immortal Treasury together. By the time we reported back, those martial artists were already on their way and handing over their treasure map. the kneeling Zhengqi League disciple said in fear and trepidation. The most dramatic sight in the northwest had taken place. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to the Zhengqi League. Song Yuanyi closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Keep investigating. I want to know what they are doing at all times, Song Yuanyi sternly said. Even the most ordinary Zhengqi League disciples sensed something unusual from Song Yuanyi's words. Time slowly passed, and as Wang Chong and the evil emperor reached an agreement with the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Four Ends Martial Lord, the largest alliance in the northwest was formed. Even though the alliance was filled with internal strife and was far from being united, and the alliance could disband at any time, at least everyone had reached a consensus on collecting the last 2 treasure maps. I'll do it. Let me do it. I have a treasure map here. I have some here too. A large number of cultivators quickly gathered in the entire area. With their fame, they immediately had a huge impact on the cultivators in the northwest. Many martial artists offered up their treasure maps, hoping to find the last 2 pieces to complete the Origin Immortal Art treasure map. But the result was disappointing. 10 some treasure maps had been handed over, some of which had been treasures that had been passed down through generations of martial artists for centuries, but all of them were fakes. It's no use. These treasure maps are all fakes. Wang Chong threw a treasure map to the side, a look of disappointment in his eyes. Finding the first few pieces of the treasure map was relatively easy, but finding the last few was not so easy. The Origin Immortal Lord's treasure maps were a mix of real and fake, and over the past several hundred years, many had been passed down, but not many were genuine. Moreover, missing even one piece meant that all their efforts would be wasted. In a flash, the gathering of the Origin Immortal Palace's treasure maps had reached an impasse. In truth, I know someone who might have a map of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. While everyone was at their wits' end, Jili Laozu suddenly spoke. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jili Laozu, what do you mean by this? If you already knew the location of the other treasure map, why didn't you say anything until now? The Black Een ancestor was infuriated by these words. The others also turned to Jili Laozu, waiting for his answer. It's not that I don't want to say it, but this matter is rather complicated, Jili Laozu said after a few moments of silence. As the hegemon of the Northeast, Jili Laozu was a straightforward person, even in front of the evil emperor. This was the first time anyone had seen this expression on his face, and they all knew that there was something strange going on. Jili Laozu, it's rare to see a martial artist of the Central Plains that you fear, the Four Ends Martial Lord suddenly said when he saw Jili Laozu's expression. You're wrong. The person who I fear and also possesses the 5th treasure map is not someone from the Central Plains, but a Turk, Jili Laozu sternly said. A Turk? Everyone was surprised by these words, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. As the king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty and a great general of the battlefield, no one was more sensitive to the word Turk than Wang Chong. Could it be, at this moment, Wang Chong vaguely remembered something. This person has an extremely high status in the Turks. He's a king of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, and his name is Bagushadu. Jili Laozu did not beat around the bush and immediately revealed the answer. All of you might not know much about this person, but in the region of Yuzhou to the northeast of the Tang dynasty, this person has a thunderous reputation, and his strength is at the very pinnacle. Bagushadu? I seem to have heard of this name before. The bone demon forefather spoke up at this moment. But isn't Brother solitarily thinking too highly of him? If the treasure map really is in his hands, wouldn't we be able to deal with a Turk with our strength? The demonic emperor, the bone devil ancestor, the myriad ghost ancestor, Jili Laozu, and the Four Ends Martial Lord were an enormous force. The bone devil ancestor was not an arrogant and conceited individual, but not even he could imagine just who in the world could be so fearful of. It's a long story. This Bagushidu isn't very strong, but he has an extremely powerful weapon that allows him to wield immense power. In the rumors of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate, this Bagushidu's strength has reached an unfathomable level. Even the Eastern Turkic Khaganate's Osmish Khagan treats him with the utmost respect. I once saw him from a distance, and this person is definitely one of the most terrifying experts in the world, Jili Laozu solemnly said. Bagushidu rarely ventured into the Central Plains, so he was naturally not known to the martial arts titans of the Central Plains. No matter how much Jili Laozu explained, they wouldn't understand. Thus, Jili Laozu did not intend to go into detail. In short, this person is extremely powerful. Moreover, back in Yuzhou, I heard that he had a treasure map of the origin Immortal Lord. If he knows our intentions and is determined to escape, I'm afraid that we will find it very difficult to stop him. At that time, no matter how many treasure maps we have, it will be useless. Jili Laozu's words immediately silenced the crowd. Truly, if a Turk decided to leave, no one would be able to stop him. The evil emperor and Wang Chong glanced at each other and frowned. In the crowd, the demonic emperor Old Man and Wang Chong glanced at each other and frowned. The lone silence ancestor would not lie, so the master and disciples' search for the origin immortal art had become much more difficult. Reporting. At this moment, a 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple rushed over from the distance. As soon as he approached, he immediately lowered his head and knelt on the ground. His demeanor was respectful, and he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Reporting to the ancestors, there is a Turkic warrior outside requesting an audience with the ancestors. Furthermore, I have a great gift for you. What? Hearing this, everyone was greatly surprised. Summon him in. The great ancestor of the mysterious Een sect said without hesitation. Yes. A few moments later, an Eastern Turkic martial artist with a hawkish nose, deep-set eyes, and a high head, dressed in a blue robe embroidered with the image of the Green Sea, emerged under the guidance of a 5 Ancestor Alliance disciple. Greetings, forefathers. The Turkic emissary was neither servile nor overbearing, and he respectfully bowed to the crowd. Who are you? Who sent you here? The black Een ancestor frowned. Haha, I'm just a nobody. I'm here on my master's orders to present a great gift to the ancestors. The Turkic emissary loudly said. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, it was the 4 N's martial lord who spoke. Who is your master? And what sort of treasure has he come to present? I heard that the ancestors are gathering everyone to hand over the map to the Origin Immortal Treasury and open the treasury left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. My master, His Highness Bagushidu, specifically ordered this one to present the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map. The Turkic emissary said. What? The crowd instantly fell into an uproar. Although they had some guesses, this was far too much of a coincidence. They had just mentioned this Turkic king, and now he was delivering the treasure map to their doorstep. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. The Eastern Turkic emissary faintly smiled, seemingly oblivious to the change in the gazes of the crowd. With these words, he began to stride forward until he stopped in front of Wang Chong. King of foreign lands, I hear that the Tang dynasty has been overturned and the world has changed. I didn't think that the magnanimous king of foreign lands would appear here. The emissary smiled as he offered a scroll with both hands. This action was unexpected, and it greatly surprised everyone. None of the martial arts titans present had expected that the Eastern Turkic king would choose the most unremarkable and youngest disciple of the demonic emperor to present the treasure map. Swish! Wang Chong instantly paled at these words. But before Wang Chong could say anything, the Turkic emissary placed the scroll in Wang Chong's hands and immediately withdrew. The treasure map has been delivered. Forgive this one for leaving. Chapter 1463. We have nothing to do with this Bagushidu. What does he mean by suddenly giving us a treasure map? The Black Een ancestor and the others watched the Turkic emissary's departing figure in confusion. No one came to the treasury of the three treasures for no reason, and all the people here were titans of the martial arts world. No one would believe that this Bagushidu had no ulterior motives and would willingly offer up a treasure map. Behind them, Wang Chong's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he stared at the emissary's back. Wang Chong had actually heard the formation elder mention this Eastern Turkic king Bagushidu's name when he first entered the Northwest, but let alone Wang Chong, not even the formation elder had ever seen this Eastern Turkic king, only heard of him. Wang Chong had not expected Bagushidu to voluntarily hand over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map, much less to him. The imperial court, the words of the Turkic emissary caused Wang Chong's eyes to turn gloomy. At that moment, a complicated expression flashed through his heart, but he quickly suppressed it and said nothing. Your Highness, these Tang people have always been our enemies. Why would your Highness hand over such a precious treasure map to them? At the same time, an Eastern Turkic expert on another mountain spoke his mind. The Eastern Turkic Khaganate had always been at war with the Tang dynasty, and although these people were not generals on the battlefield, they were still Tang people. There was no reason for them to hand over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map. To take first, one must first give. If we don't open the treasury, how can we get what we want? Bagushidu stood on the mountain with his hands held behind his back, his robes fluttering in the breeze. He exuded the aura of a strategist. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it, and he was that oriole. Very few people knew about the legendary number one wondrous technique in the world of the Central Plains, and his desire for it was stronger than anyone else's. Let me see just how profound the Origin Immortal Lord and Master's final will is. Bagushidu quickly calmed down as his gaze swept over the area. With Bagushidu's treasure map, they now had 5 pieces. Only one piece was needed to complete the Origin Immortal Art. From the moment the Four Ends Martial Lord handed over the first treasure map, no one, including Wang Chong, had expected that they would be so close to success. Only the last piece of the treasure map is left. I can't believe we're about to succeed. The formation elder muttered to himself as he looked at the 5 treasure maps on the ground, glimmering in the light of the energy condensation pearl. Over the centuries, countless people had attempted to open the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury, but none had succeeded. There were even many people who fought for it, only to discover that it was a fake treasure map and lose their lives for nothing. And now, everything was destined to come to an end. But even though we have 5 treasure maps, they're still useless. Without the last one, everything will be for naught. Jili Laozu couldn't help but say. A deathly stillness fell over the area, and even Wang Chong fell silent. Although they had 5 treasure maps, no one knew the whereabouts of the last map. If they couldn't complete the treasure map, they would have rejoiced for nothing. Ha ha ha, in truth, many of you know where the last treasure map is, but you just don't want to say it. Since that's the case, I'll say it for you. The Black Een ancestor glanced at Jili Laozu and chuckled. Almost all of the powerhouses that appeared in the Northwest have a treasure map in their hand. As the saying goes, one doesn't come to a temple without a cause. This region is where the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury is, and we've all handed over our treasure maps. Take a look and see if there's any faction that hasn't appeared yet. The last treasure map is with them. The Zhengqi League, Song Yuani. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow at the Black Een ancestor's words, immediately understanding what he was getting at. There was only one faction in the Northwest that hadn't allied with them, the Zhengqi League. Jili Laozu and the Four Ends Martial Lord turned grim at these words, apparently having predicted what the Black Een ancestor would say. Ha ha ha, young Master Wang is truly intelligent. The Zhengqi League is the number 1 faction of the martial arts world. You didn't think that they came all the way to the Northwest just to hunt down the demonic emperor and his disciple, did you? The Black Een ancestor said. In his battle with Wang Chong, This evil path titan was clearly much more polite to Wang Chong than before. The Jingqi League is only our guess. Moreover, Alliance Lord Song won't be that easy to deal with. Jili Laozu hesitantly said. Song Yuanyi's eternal spring mantra was renowned throughout the world. Not even Jili Laozu was confident that he could deal with Song Yuanyi. Moreover, the Jingqi League was known as the #1 alliance in the world and possessed enormous power. Song Yuanyi, Xie Guangding, and the other vice alliance lords were not friendly people. Unless absolutely necessary, Jili Laozu was not willing to provoke them. Crucially, it seems like Alliance Lord Song isn't that interested in the Origin Immortal Treasury. If he's not willing to hand it over, there's nothing we can do. The Four Ends Martial Lord said with a frown. If it was a one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of Song Yuanyi. But if he wasn't just facing the Jingqi League Lord, that was a completely different matter. Ha, be at ease. Song Yuanyi will hand it over. The Black Een ancestor gave a strange smile. Alliance Lord, they've already gathered 5 treasure maps. At this moment, all the elders and experts of the Jingqi League had gathered in the Jingqi League's temporary base. No one had expected Wang Chong's group to so quickly find 5 treasure maps. It would have been fine if the map had fallen into the hands of some other person of the Central Plains, but it just had to be that mysterious Eastern Turkic king Bagushidu who had delivered it. Damn, just what is this Bagushidu doing? Now, the evil emperor and his men are only missing the last piece of the treasure map. Sikong Yuanjia's hair stood on end in rage. It doesn't matter how many we gather. Yuanjia, pass on my order. Prepare to leave. Song Yuanyi waved his sleeve and said, "Reporting." As he spoke, a loud shout came from the distance. A few moments later, a Righteous Alliance disciple hurriedly made his way toward the group. "Alliance Lord, someone from the 5 Ancestor Alliance requests an audience." Ah! Hearing the scout's words, the surrounding crowd looked at each other in dismay, and an uproar broke out. Sikong Yuanjia, Ouyang Chongheng, and the others all frowned. The 5 Ancestor Alliance and the Jingqi League had always been at odds with each other. For someone from the 5 Ancestor Alliance to request an audience at a time like this was probably not a good thing. Everyone turned to Song Yuanyi. "I won't see him." Song Yuanyi's expression was cold and aloof, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Ah! But Song Yuanyi had barely spoken when a burst of laughter rang out. "Alliance Lord Song, you seem to be in such a hurry that you won't even see your friend. Where are you in such a hurry to go?" At first, the voice seemed to come from thousands of miles away, but in the next moment, an aura like a storm came from afar, dragging a long wave of air behind it. 1, 2, 3 In just a few short moments, 5 or 6 energies on par with the Black Een ancestor were rapidly approaching. And behind them was an astonishing number of 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples and unaffiliated martial artists. From a distance there were 5 or 6,000 of them. Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding instantly paled at this sight. The distant forces were getting closer and closer, and it only took a few moments for them to reach the base of the mountain. Those who have come have ill intentions, and those who have good intentions will not come. Let's go and take a look. Xie Guangding, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said as he stared down the mountain. Song Yuanyi said nothing, only gave a slight nod, and then he and Xie Guangding began to advance. The 2 groups of people came closer and closer, and when they were about 200 feet apart, they stopped at the same time. On the Jingqi Alliance side, Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding led the way, with Sikong Yuanjia, Ouyang Chongheng, and the other Alliance elders following close behind. On the other side, the Black Een ancestor led the group, with the Myriad Ghost ancestor and the Bone Devil ancestor on the left and right. Behind them were the 4 Ends Martial Lord and Jili Laozu. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang stood at the very back. The Black Een ancestor seems certain that the final treasure map is on Song Yuanyi. Wang Chong smirked as he looked at Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor. Not too long ago, Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor had been working together to deal with him, but now the two groups were facing off against each other. No one had expected the shift in momentum between friend and foe. Chong-er, we can't be careless in this matter. In the martial arts world, deception and deceit are commonplace. If they can work with us to deal with Song Yuanyi, they can also work with Song Yuanyi to deal with us. We can't let down our guard against them, the evil emperor indifferently said, his hands held behind his back. Your disciple understands. But after being pursued for so long, if we can use the origin immortal art to make them turn on us, why not? Wang Chong faintly smiled. He naturally didn't believe that the Black Yin ancestor and the Five Ancestor Alliance were just using each other. But when he saw the nasty expressions on the faces of Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding, Wang Chong felt a surge of satisfaction. The evil emperor said nothing, only raised his head. There, the disciples of the Jingqi Alliance had unsheathed their weapons and were looking around with righteous indignation. Black Yin ancestor, what do you think you're doing? Before Song Yuanyi could speak, Sikong Yuanjia angrily bellowed. Where did this nameless nobody come from? Your alliance lord hasn't even spoken yet, so how dare a servant like you interrupt? Chapter 1464. You! Sikong Yuanjia was infuriated by these words. Do you want to fight in front of this ancestor? The Black Yin ancestor sinisterly chuckled. Although Sikong Yuanjia possessed a lofty status in the Jingqi League and astonishing fighting power, he was still lacking compared to a martial arts titan like the Black Yin ancestor. Song Yuanyi, what kind of alliance lord are you? Can't you even control your subordinates? With these last words, the Black Yin ancestor turned to the Jingqi League lord Song Yuanyi. Yuanjia, withdraw. At this moment, a voice sounded. Song Yuanyi took 2 steps forward and ordered back the enraged Sikong Yuanjia. Luo Qin, this isn't our first time fighting. Have you still not given up? Song Yuanyi's face was cold and emotionless. Haha, Alliance Lord Song's martial arts are unparalleled, and the Eternal Spring Mantra is a wondrous art. In a one-on-one fight, this ancestor is naturally no match for you. But no matter how powerful Alliance Lord Song is, can you defeat so many of us? No matter how powerful the Jingqi League is, can it contend against the entire world? As the Black Yin ancestor spoke, he turned his head and made a gesture. That's right. Alliance Lord Song, hand over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map. The Black Yin ancestor has already handed over his treasure map. Does your Jingqi League still want to hide it? Anyone who dares to hide the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map will become the enemy of the entire world. Hearing the Black Yin ancestor's words, everyone began to cry out in alarm. These deafening shouts caused Song Yuanyi, Xie Guangding, and all the other elders and disciples of the Jingqi League to pale. Even the unyielding and uncompromising Jingqi League elder Sikong Yuanjia couldn't help but turn grave. The Black Yin ancestor and the Five Ancestor Alliance were nothing to fear. In past battles, the Five Ancestor Alliance had never had the upper hand. But when you added in the thousands of martial artists and a martial arts titan like Jili Laozu, the situation was completely different. No matter how strong the Jingqi League was, it was impossible for them to fight against so many martial artists from both the righteous and evil sections. Luo Qin, don't speak nonsense. If you have the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map, that doesn't mean that we do. Do you really think that everyone has a copy of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map? Behind Song Yuanyi, a Jingqi League elder could not help but step forward and rebuke him sternly. That's right. Great ancestor of the mysterious Yin sect, don't make irresponsible remarks. Where did you hear that we had a map to the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury? Do you have any evidence? Another elder of the Jingqi League couldn't help but step forward and say sternly. Ha ha ha, When have any of you ever seen this ancestor speak reason with anyone or present evidence? Everyone, listen up. If we don't get the last piece of the map from the Jingqi League tomorrow, then the Jingqi League wants to keep the map for themselves and obstruct us, so that no one can obtain the world's #1 origin immortal art. The Black Yin ancestor gave a sinister smile, not bothering to argue with the Jingqi League. His gaze turned to Song Yuanyi. Song Yuanyi, everyone is watching. You don't want to force us to attack together, do you? Impudent! Luoqin, you dare! The members of the Jingqi League were all enraged. These bastards from the Five Ancestor Alliance were clearly using this opportunity to make trouble for a private grudge. Seeing how agitated the members of the Jingqi League were, a conflict was inevitable. But at this moment, stop! A thunderous roar resounded in everyone's ears. The lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi, stood at the very front, coldly staring at the Black Yin ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, the Bone Devil ancestor, Jili Laozu, the Four Ends Martial Lord, and the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. The look in his eyes was unfathomable. In that instant, no one knew what he was thinking. Alliance Lord, let's fight them! These bastards are going too far. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Brothers, let's fight them! In the rear, the Jingqi League disciples were seething with rage. In the minds of the members of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi had a supreme status, and all of them treated him with the utmost respect. For the Black Yin ancestor to dare to threaten Song Yuanyi was intolerable. Take it! At this moment, a voice rang out. As everyone looked on in shock, Song Yuanyi waved his sleeve, tossing the final piece of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map to the Black Yin ancestor. The moment the final piece of the map flew out, all the Jingqi League disciples fell silent. Xie Guanting seemed to have known, and his face remained impassive. Ha ha, a wise man submits to circumstances. Song Yuanyi, that's more like it. Everyone has handed over their treasure maps, so do you think your Jingqi League will continue to hide it? The Black Yin ancestor heartily laughed. After suffering so many setbacks at the hands of Song Yuanyi and the Jingqi League, he had finally managed to regain some ground. Young Master Wang, here. With this piece of the Jingqi League's treasure map, we should be able to find the final location of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. With a flick of his wrist, the Black Yin ancestor tossed the treasure map to Wang Chong without any hesitation. It really is in his hands. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and with a suction force, the Black Yin ancestor's treasure map flew into his palm. The person that understood you the most was your enemy. This was absolutely correct. The Black Yin ancestor had fought with Song Yuanyi for so many years that he clearly understood him. Even the fact that Song Yuanyi had hidden a treasure map in his possession had not escaped the Black Yin ancestor's notice. If he had relied on his own abilities, he would have found it very difficult to gather all 6 pieces of the treasure map in a short amount of time. There's no need to examine them individually. Whether they are or not, we'll know once we examine them. Wang Chong was very straightforward. With a shake of his robe and a surge of stellar energy, the other 5 pieces of the treasure map flew out of his sleeve. As Wang Chong spread out his sleeve, the first piece of the treasure map flew out of his sleeve and onto the ground, followed by a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, the 5 pieces of the treasure map had been placed on the ground in the order they had been arranged. At that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths, their faces agitated, their chests heaving as they focused on the treasure map in Wang Chong's hand. Even the Eastern Turkic king Bagushidu, hidden on the summit of a distant mountain, looked over. Now it's up to the last piece. At this moment, even Bagushidu's eyes began to heat up. Although he had given Wang Chong the 5th piece of the treasure map, it was still unknown whether it could open the Origin Immortal Palace. In an even more distant place, a pair of bright eyes were watching all of this. Whether it was Wang Chong or Song Yuanyi, nothing in the northwest could escape their eyes. At this moment, Wang Chong had become the center of the Northwest, the focus of countless people. Buzz! Finally, the last piece of the treasure map fell from the sky, wrapped up in stellar energy and placed on the last empty spot. When the last piece was placed on the ground, the treasure map was finally complete. This was a massive treasure map that was 2 feet long and 3 feet wide. Wang Chong held the energy condensation pearl high in the air, and a moment later, a beam of light shone down on the treasure maps. The 6 pieces of the treasure map immediately began to shine with silver threads and white stars. It's real, it's real. The treasure map is real. Look, a diagram has appeared on the treasure map. We really are going to find where the origin immortal treasury is buried. Everyone was excited by the sight of the silver threads forming a new map, and not even the Black Een ancestor could keep his composure. Greed, joy, infatuation, all sorts of emotions flitted through his eyes. If even the Black Een ancestor was like this, there was no need to mention the others. It really has appeared. I didn't think that the world's #1 art would appear in my hands. Wang Chong lowered his head to look at the treasure map and mentally sighed. This unparalleled martial art was illusory and had never appeared in his previous life. Even when the apocalypse came, no one knew where it was hidden. Many people even believed that this art had been lost. But now that he had stepped in, all this had changed. Congratulations to user for finding a clue to the world's #1 art and encountering the hidden riddle of destiny. You have been rewarded 10,000 points of destiny energy. At this moment, the stone of destiny's voice resounded in Wang Chong's mind. This sudden voice caught Wang Chong by surprise. He had never heard any warning from the stone of destiny before. Could it be a side mission? Wang Chong said in shock. But side missions rarely gave so many rewards, and why would a mission to find the world's #1 art be related to the riddle of destiny? All of this left Wang Chong perplexed. This seemingly random trip to the Northwest seemed to have inadvertently led to some secret that he still didn't know about. But there was no time to think. Now that all 6 pieces of the treasure map had been collected, a new transformation took place. After the appearance of the silver threads, a starry sky chart formed by countless white stars suddenly appeared above the treasure map and was reflected in everyone's eyes. Look over there. Suddenly, a martial artist pointed at a massive star on the star chart and called out, "That's right, that's right. This star is pointing to the location of the origin immortal lord's treasury. Who knows astrology?" In an instant, the crowd began to cry out. Determining the stars was one thing, but being proficient in astrology was another. The majority of the people in the sects were engrossed in martial arts, so how could they have the time to study astrology? Northwest by north. From here, it's about 6,800 steps away. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Although he was not very skilled in martial arts and was far from being on the level of a sect leader like Song Yuani, no one present could compare to the Formation Elder when it came to the art of astrology. "Let's go." The Formation Elder had barely spoken when the air began to whir. Chapter 1465. With someone taking the lead, the others began to follow. "Humph, who dares to steal from this one? Anyone who dares to steal the origin immortal treasury is an enemy of our 5 ancestor alliance." The Black Een ancestor coldly snorted and charged forward with a wave of his robes. The myriad ghost ancestor and the bone devil ancestor flew out as well. More than half of the martial artists in the region began to fly in the direction indicated by the Formation Elder, afraid that if they were too slow, someone else would get there first. Something's wrong. At this moment, only Wang Chong remained motionless, his expression extremely calm. As far as his eyes could see, the densely packed stars in the sky seemed to be still changing. In just a few seconds, as Wang Chong and the evil emperor watched, the starlight suddenly vanished into wisps of smoke. The silver-white wisps of smoke writhed in the air, transforming into lines of bird-seal script. "What is this?" This sudden development immediately attracted the attention of the others. The four N's martial lord and Jili Laozu, who had already flown Tensum Zhang away, sensed the disturbance behind them and immediately stopped and flew back. What kind of script is this? Does anyone recognize it? The surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter. The words reflected off the treasure map assuredly contained an enormous amount of important information. But these characters were so ancient that no one present could recognize them. Only Wang Chong's eyes flickered as if he recognized something. He truly did recognize some of these bird seal script characters. But in front of so many people, Wang Chong didn't say anything. The characters in the air twisted and transformed, and after a few seconds they all vanished. Let's go. At this moment the evil emperor took action. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept up the 6 pieces of the treasure map, grabbed Wang Chong by the shoulder, and took Wang Chong and the formation elder into the air. Behind him, the Wushang village chief shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Walala! In the blink of an eye, thousands of martial artists had surged toward the northwest. They really managed to collect all of the Origin Immortal Arts treasure map. Should we stay or leave? The sound of footsteps came from behind. The deputy chief of the Jingqi League, Xie Guangding, waved his sleeves and slowly walked forward. His expression was calm and his face was expressionless. Whether the treasure left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord was real or fake, whether it could be opened or not, it would never be able to move Xie Guangding's heart. By Song Yuanyi's side, Xie Guangding was his best assistant. No matter what, he was always Song Yuanyi's strongest and most powerful helper. The winds howled, and as the martial artists left, only the disciples of the Jingqi League remained motionless. Everyone was waiting for Song Yuanyi's order. Leave? Why did he want to leave? It's rare for the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury to open, and we even offered up the last piece of the treasure map. Why not go and take a look? Song Yuanyi's eyes flashed as he spoke. Pass on my order. All the disciples of the Jingqi League are to move out. Song Yuanyi took a step forward, his gaze sharp as he spoke without hesitation. Bang! Song Yuanyi stomped down, and then he shot into the air in an explosion of dust. Behind him, Xie Guangding followed. Under the leadership of the 2 alliance lords, all the disciples of the Jingqi League began to make their way to the northwest. Around an hour later, a vast sea of martial artists had gathered at the location indicated by the star on the treasure map, all of them moving out to search for the Origin Immortal Art. Every martial artist was brimming with passion when it came to searching for the world's #1 Origin Immortal Art. Found it! A shout of joy rang out as a martial artist stood next to a protruding rock and waved at the others. Meanwhile, news was coming in from various places. Qian Palace, Li Palace, some of you go to the southeast and take a look. In the center of the crowd, a martial artist who appeared to be somewhat skilled in formations was directing the others to work together to search the area. It seems like we won't need to do anything. On the other side, the evil emperor, Wang Chong, Chief Wushang, and the formation elder stood side by side. From where they were standing, they could see that the entire area was flat, with only a few grains of sand blown in from the Mohian Desert to the south, and a few low hills and rock. It was impossible to see what this area had to do with the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. Wang Chong and the others had initially believed that they would need to go out again, but the reality was completely different from what they had imagined. As thousands of martial artists scoured the area, many details and anomalies were quickly uncovered, and even some items that had been buried deep underground were dug up. And among these martial artists there were quite a few eccentric individuals, although there was a large gap between them and the formation elder when it came to mastery of formations. When all of them worked together, not even the formation elder could compare to them. In just a few moments, everyone discovered that there was a huge circular spirit array beneath the entire area. This spirit array was made up of countless boulders and had a diameter of several dozen kilometers. If not for the fact that they had received a hint from the treasure map in advance and so many cultivators working together to search for it, it would have been impossible to discover it under normal circumstances. There's no mistaking it. This should be an ancient formation dozens of times larger than the origin immortal formation we encountered before. Because it's so large we can't dig it out in its entirety. But in my view, not even the origin immortal lord would have been able to construct such a massive formation. There's a high chance that he used the terrain of this area, as well as the flow of spiritual energy. In this way, he only needed to modify a part of the formation and then use it to construct this massive formation. This should be the heaven formation of the formation Tao. But we still have no way of distinguishing the true function of this formation and how it operates. The formation elder suddenly said as he looked at the bustling scene before him. Heaven formation? Wang Chong was flabbergasted by the formation elder's words. Yes, this is what the heavenly formation means when it's said to be completely natural. This ancient formation method has long since been lost, and no one knows how to use it anymore. The formation elder sighed in amazement as he looked around at the stone formations that were slowly being unearthed. The more he came into contact with the things left behind by the origin immortal lord, the more respect and awe he felt. Alas, such a powerful formation has long since been lost. Senior Zhou, be at ease. If the formation can be opened, I will definitely think of a way to help you bring out the formation divine tome. Wang Chong chuckled. How could he not know what the formation elder was thinking? He had no interest in martial arts, and the only thing on his mind was the lost formation divine tome in the origin immortal lord's cave. Hey kid, Wang Chong, this old man won't be polite with you on this matter. The formation elder was instantly energized. He pointed to the left and said, the formation elder's eyes lit up. If my guess is correct, the core of the formation should be there. A martial artist had already rushed over to relay the formation elder's words. They all had considerable respect for this formation grandmaster who had come with the demonic emperor. A large number of martial artists quickly began to dig in the direction indicated by the formation elder. There really is something here. In just a moment, the soil on the ground was cut open, and the crowd dug out a few huge stone pillars that had fallen to the ground in disorder. These stone pillars were carved with strange patterns and indecipherable characters. But from the condition of the pillars, it was clear that this place was in ruins and had been abandoned for centuries. It's not that simple. Since the origin immortal lord left behind the treasure map, the origin immortal formation, and this ancient celestial formation, he couldn't have not made proper arrangements, and there's no way the treasury can't be opened. We just haven't found the right way to open it yet. As the formation elder spoke, he closed his eyes and began to move his fingers as he calculated. Alliance Lord, do you think that these fellows can really find the treasury? As the formation elder began to calculate, he slowly looked away. On a low hill in the distance, Song Yuanyi and Xie Guangding stood side by side, surrounded by Sikong Yuanjia and the other elders of the alliance. While everyone else was beginning to dig up the origin immortal treasury, only the people of the Jingqi League remained motionless. Although everything seemed to be bustling with activity, there was still no sign that the origin immortal treasury could be opened. There's no need to rush. Let's wait and see. Song Yuanyi calmly gazed at the distant young figure. Song Yuanyi was well aware that this situation where the martial artists of the various sects were working together was just a facade. Whether they found the treasury or not, there would soon be a bitter battle. Once that happened, he would strike. Let's see how long you can last. Song Yuanyi's eyes flashed for a moment, but he quickly calmed down. To the southwest, push the first stone pillar. A few moments later, the formation elder opened his eyes and issued his first order. Rumble. Following the formation elder's order, several martial artists pushed a stone pillar to the southwest. A moment later, the earth rumbled, and to everyone's shock, the ground to the northwest split open, a row of stone pillars rising out of the earth in the shape of an arc to the southeast pushed the third pillar of the second row. The formation elder ordered. Rumble! The earth quaked even more intensely, and elsewhere, another row of stone pillars emerged from the flat ground. To the east, the seventh pillar, to the south, the fourth pillar. With the formation elder's order, all the martial artists began to move, and as the earth shuddered, one rock after another began to move in accordance with some sort of pattern. Under everyone's gaze, a series of chain reactions occurred. In just a moment, a huge stone array appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then came a second, a third. Around an hour later, the formation had begun to take shape, and with the formation elder's order, the four massive stone pillars in the center of the formation suddenly rose up as if they had come to life. Chapter 1466. Look over there! An altar! There's actually an altar! There was a hubbub of voices. Looking at the ancient altar that suddenly appeared under the four stone pillars, the crowd became excited. This altar was extremely ancient, and the outer walls of the altar had been engraved with clouds and beasts, but they were now modeled. The sudden appearance of this altar immediately attracted everyone's attention. Let's go and take a look. To the southwest, the Bone Devil ancestor's eyes flashed, and he was the first to leap forward toward the mysterious altar. He was followed by the Black Een ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, Jili Laozu, the Four Ends martial lord, and the other martial artists, all of them surging toward the central formation. A few moments later, the area around the altar was packed with martial artists. Wang Chong and the evil emperor were the last to arrive. At the center of the altar, between the four stone pillars, was a bronze column. When Wang Chong and the demonic emperor stepped onto the altar, everyone turned to look. Demonic Emperor, young Master Wang, we're waiting for you. The moment Wang Chong and his disciples stepped onto the altar, the Black Een ancestor's sinister voice rang out in their ears like a venomous snake. Young Master Wang, you have all 6 treasure maps, so the method to open the treasury is definitely on you as well. Jili Laozu also spoke up. Nearby, Song Yuani and Xie Guangding stood side by side, also looking at Wang Chong. The atmosphere gradually became somewhat strange and subtle. Even the Four Ends martial lord was staring at Wang Chong, a thought flitting through his mind. The thousands of martial artists around the altar also silently stared at Wang Chong. Wang Chong, in the rear, the formation elder tugged on Wang Chong's sleeve, his expression clearly nervous. Now that the 6 pieces of the treasure map had been gathered, the precise location of the origin immortal treasury had been found, and the atmosphere of cooperation and tacit understanding between them had vanished. Instead, they slowly started scheming against each other. Even the gazes of the idle cultivators in the surroundings changed, becoming completely different from before. Who could resist the allure of the origin immortal art and the world's #1? Humph! I want to see who is courting death and dares to attack me. At this moment, an imposing and domineering voice rang out. Hearing the demonic emperor old man's voice, the surrounding crowd froze. Even Song Yuani and Xie Guangding couldn't help but frown. For a moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Even now, the remnant might of the demonic emperor was still a great deterrent to the entire martial arts world. Humph, evil emperor, there are so many people watching. Don't tell me you and your disciple are playing tricks and trying to hog it all for yourself? The Black Een ancestor sneered coldly. Everyone, the demonic emperor wants to take the origin immortal art for himself. Everyone, do you think we should agree? Absolutely not. Everyone responded in unison. Everyone, calm down. The origin immortal treasury hasn't been opened yet, so now is not the time for internal strife. At this moment, the lone silence ancestor began to speak. As he spoke, he turned to Wang Chong and the demonic emperor. Sirs, it wasn't easy to gather 6 treasure map. Now only one step remains. Once the origin immortal treasury is opened, We can rely on our own abilities. Demonic Emperor, what do you think? The demonic emperor said nothing, but he exchanged a glance with Wang Chong. Everyone is overthinking things. I'll have to trouble everyone to move aside. I'll open it. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he stepped forward. Although everyone was at odds with each other on the surface, at least on the surface, they still maintained the appearance of fighting without breaking apart. As everyone watched, Wang Chong slowly walked to the center of the altar, where a bronze pillar protruded from the ground. This bronze pillar was around 1 meter tall, and its surface was covered in wave-like patterns and complicated designs. There were also some characters that were even older than bird seal script. There were no special mechanisms on the surface of the bronze pillar, so no one knew how to control it to open the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. We've already seen it, but we don't know what the crux is. But someone of the Origin Immortal Lord's abilities would never leave behind no clues. Young Master Wang, you were the one who opened the Origin Immortal Formation and took away the treasures inside. You are the only one who can open the formation. At this moment, the nearby Four Ends Martial Lord also spoke. His words drew everyone's attention to Wang Chong. All was quiet, and Wang Chong said nothing, only continued to examine the bronze pillar at the core of the formation. However, he found no obvious mechanism on its surface. Wang Chong had originally believed that the energy condensation pearl was the crux, but he could not see any grooves on the pillar. Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyes flitted over a shallow design at the top of the bronze pillar, and a thought flitted through his mind. This was a cloud pattern in the shape of a beast. Wang Chong hadn't noticed it at the start, but a moment later, he felt a sense of familiarity. Wang Chong immediately took out the black sculpture of a small beast from his bosom. He had had this sculpture for some time now, but unlike the energy condensation pearl, Wang Chong had never been sure what use this black sculpture had. Even his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang had tried to find out what was so special about it. But the final conclusion was that it was just an ordinary sculpture. Gotcha! Wang Chong had just placed the black sculpture on the pillar when a strong suction force immediately burst forth from within the bronze pillar, firmly sucking the sculpture in. Not only that, the cloud pattern in the shape of a beast immediately contracted inward, sucking the sculpture in. Gotcha! Under everyone's gaze, a series of mechanical sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, with a rumble, the entire bronze pillar immediately sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. And immediately after, there was another rumble, and another square bronze pillar rose from the ground. This time, it was different from before, and there was an obvious dent on the surface of the bronze pillar. Young Master Wang, quickly put the treasure map up. A voice came from behind. This time, there was no need for anyone to remind Wang Chong, he could see it. Very quickly, 6 pieces of the treasure map were quickly placed into the square bronze pillar. Whoosh! Before anyone could take a closer look, violet flames erupted from the stone pillar, incinerating the 6 pieces of the treasure map that Wang Chong had placed on it. Ah! How could this be? Cries of alarm rang out from the crowd. No one had expected for Wang Chong to place the 6 pieces of the treasure map on the pillar to produce this sort of result. Now that all 6 pieces of the treasure map had been burned away, there were no more Origin Immortal Art treasure maps in the world. But a moment later, while everyone was still immersed in their shock, the thing that they had all been waiting for happened. After spewing out violet flames, the bronze pillar began to descend, and a series of mechanical sounds came from the ground. As the crowd cried out in alarm, the altar that had just risen from the ground began to sink back down. Following that, a series of rumbling sounds came from underground and spread out in all directions with the place where the crowd was standing as the center. At the same time, the grinding of gears began to rain down on the altar. The crowd cried out in alarm, many of them showing signs of panic. The unknown represented something terrifying. No one knew what the changes in front of them represented. Look over there. Suddenly, A martial artist in the crowd pointed forward and called out. Wang Chong subconsciously turned his head and looked in that direction. A moment later, Wang Chong's body trembled, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Cries of alarm came one after another. On the horizon, a majestic and magnificent mountain, several hundred meters tall, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. To their astonishment, they had clearly searched the area and found that this mountain had never been there before. It was as if it had suddenly sprung up overnight. But this was not what caused them to cry out in alarm. This massive mountain that had appeared out of nowhere was identical to the illusion of the origin immortal mountain they had seen before. Fake. This has to be fake. It's already appeared once. Does that mean that there's another origin immortal formation there? I don't believe it. It must be an illusion. So many people had died in the origin immortal formation, and it was still fresh in their mind. One could easily imagine the shock they felt when they saw an identical origin immortal mountain. Some of the martial artists who had experienced the origin immortal formation even showed deep fear on their faces, no longer feeling any excitement. Alliance Lord, what's going on here? Why has another origin immortal mountain appeared? At this moment, the members of the Jingqi Alliance were also examining the origin immortal mountain that had appeared out of nowhere. This should be the real origin immortal mountain, Song Yuanyi indifferently said as he looked into the distance. His expression was so calm that it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Formidable. Truly formidable. Reversing the universe, concealing yin and yang. The origin immortal lord's mastery of formations has reached an unimaginable level. I truly didn't think that I would be able to see such a supreme level of formations in my lifetime. At this moment, no one was more excited than the formation elder. Those who did not understand formations would be completely bewildered by what they were seeing and would have no idea what was going on. But to a formation grandmaster like the formation elder, everything he saw contained a vast amount of information. Chapter 1467. Is this the real origin immortal mountain? Wang Chong muttered to himself in excitement. He had been in possession of the origin immortal mountain's treasure map for a very long time now, but the legendary origin immortal art was still something that he could only see but not touch, an existence that seemed like a reflection in the water. Wang Chong had never imagined that he would really be able to obtain the world's #1 art. But now everything was right in front of him, and it was incredibly real. Chonger, let's go. At this moment, a figure brushed past him, and the voice of his master, the evil emperor, rang out in his ear. The origin immortal lord's treasury has appeared. No matter what, your master will find the origin immortal art for you and cure your cultivation defect. The demonic emperor old man's body swayed, as he soared into the air like a bird. Even farther away, the Four Ends martial lord, Jili Laozu, and the Bone Devil ancestor were already making their way toward the mountain. Let's go. Wang Chong grabbed the formation elder's arm and followed. The massive origin immortal mountain was a majestic and magnificent sight, and countless martial artists were surging toward it like a tide. But unlike last time, when they were still several dozen meters from the origin immortal mountain, they slowed down and began to proceed with extreme caution. Damn it, it can't be another trap, right? For a moment, not a single one of the thousands of martial artists dared to get close. The Jingqi League's 5 Ancestor Alliance also slowed down. The origin immortal formation was extremely dangerous even to martial arts titans like the Black Yin Ancestor and Song Yuanyi. Don't rush. Let them go first. To the southeast, the Black Yin Ancestor scanned the crowd of unaffiliated martial artists and faintly smiled, a strange light in his eyes. All the martial artists that had arrived here were greedy people attracted by the title of the world's #1 and the origin immortal art. No matter how formidable the traps of the origin immortal mountain were, there were bound to be people who weren't afraid of death. Just when everyone was feeling apprehensive and extremely cautious, a young martial artist of 23 or 24 suddenly reached out and pressed his palm against the origin immortal mountain. Bzzz. Time seemed to stop as countless people stared at the young martial artist and his palm pressed against the origin immortal mountain. Countless people who had experienced the danger of the origin immortal formation were nervous and apprehensive, their hearts almost skipping a beat. However, in the next moment there was silence. Nothing happened. There was no danger, no trap. More importantly, when the young martial artist's hand pressed against the origin immortal mountain, the illusion they had imagined did not occur. The young martial artist's palm was blocked by a hard rock. It's real. This is the real origin immortal mountain. It wasn't an illusion. We really found it. Before the young martial artist could speak, one of the martial artists in the crowd who had experienced the origin immortal formation couldn't help but shout in excitement. Then, everyone cheered along with him. This cheering was like a tsunami that shook the heavens. It's open. The real origin immortal mountain. It wasn't in vain that I offered up a treasure map. The true origin immortal treasury is finally about to appear. In the distance, Eastern Turkic King Bagushidu stood on a low hill, his robes flapping in the wind. As the crowd cheered, the Eastern Turkic king faintly smiled. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He had only offered up a treasure map, and these Central Plains people had already taken care of everything for him. Have all the experts we've gathered arrived? Bagushidu asked without turning his head. Your Highness, the experts from the Leo Temple and the Black Sun Mountain are on their way here. We'll be there in half a cup of tea's time. The cold and elegant Eastern Turkic assassin lowered her head. Very good. Besides the origin immortal lord's treasury, we might even get an unexpected harvest. Bagushidu gazed at the distant crowd of Central Plains martial artists, his lips still curling into a smile, but there was a sharp light in his eyes. Ha, after hiding for so long we've still managed to dig out that person. When the deafening cheers erupted in the distance, in another hidden place, a group of black-clothed men stood quietly like ghosts. Standing at the very front was a man wearing a three-eyed deer mask, his eyes as cold as ice. This was none other than the man in black, who had once met Wang Chong in the origin immortal formation. Behind him, three figures stood tall and straight. Their auras were as sharp as swords and sabers. The bamboo hats on their heads clearly revealed their identity. These were none other than the three bamboo hat men who had fought with the Zhengqi Alliance, Song Yuanyi, and Xie Guanting not too long ago. At this moment, the two groups of people gathered together. Looking at the bustling scene in the distance, the two groups of people also sneered. My lord, it seems like we can combine our missions this time. In the rear, the leader of the bamboo hat men, his cloak flapping in the wind, crossed his arms and spoke. Although I don't like working with you, it's just killing people. You're still a little useful, so it doesn't matter. The black-clothed man with the three-eyed deer mask at the front nodded slightly, and said indifferently. But don't forget that we still have another group to kill. Cold laughter resounded through the air, and the atmosphere suddenly turned somber. My lord, what do we do? At the same time, in another hidden place, several figures stood side by side. If one looked carefully, one would realize that these people exuded the same aura as the men in black who had controlled the origin immortal formation to deal with so many martial artists. They've broken the origin immortal formation left behind by the immortal lord and taken away the key. Now they've even opened the true treasury. If this continues, the things left behind by the immortal lord will really be in danger. The current situation is extremely bad for us. Although they were far away, they had seen everything that had happened in the area, including how Wang Chong and the others had activated the sacrificial altar and summoned the true origin immortal mountain. All of them were looking in the same direction, their faces brimming with worry. All was quiet, and only after a long while did a voice speak up. The will of the immortal lord cannot be defied, and this matter is still far from being that terrible. At this moment, the figure at the front spoke. He was dressed in a luxurious black robe. His sleeves, collar, and shoulders were inlaid with golden threads, and his entire body exuded an aura of nobility. But the most eye-catching of all was the yin-yang wuji symbol on his chest. The origin immortal wuji. The symbol on this figure's body was almost identical to the symbol of the origin immortal lord. The legend of the supreme and infinite origin immortal art had been passed down through the generations of the martial arts world, and everyone knew that this number one art had been created by the origin immortal lord long ago. In order to become the world's number one, countless martial artists had fought with all their might, but in the end all of them had died while searching for this art. But very few people knew that besides the origin immortal art, the origin immortal lord had also left behind a descendant to silently guard this treasury. Over the years, the origin immortal art's treasure map had been a mix of real and fake, and no one had been able to find it. Other than the fact that no one had been able to complete the treasure map, a significant part of the reason was that the descendants of the origin immortal lord had been secretly trying to stop them. This was not just because of the origin immortal treasury, but also because they were guarding an important secret. No matter what, they could not allow anyone to open the origin immortal lord's treasury. Get ready. Once the treasury is opened, no matter how many people enter, they can't be allowed to come out alive. In addition, keep an eye on that group. They're the ones directing everything from behind the scenes. When the time comes, they'll definitely come out. No matter what, we have to kill them. Yes. Putting aside the reactions elsewhere, when that martial artist touched the steep, craggy, and lofty origin immortal mountain, an even greater change was yet to come. Rumble. The earth shook and the sky shook. The ground beneath everyone's feet trembled violently. Furthermore, the trembling this time was much stronger than any other time. What's going on? Is there another mechanism? Everyone, be careful. When the surrounding cultivators sensed the movement beneath their feet, horror filled their faces. Like birds and beasts, they all retreated. Once bitten, twice shy, and when it came to the origin immortal lord's treasury, no matter how many ambushes or traps there were, no one would be surprised. But a moment later, the transformation of the origin immortal mountain caught everyone by surprise. Buzz. Accompanied by a violent tremor, countless gravel slid down from the mountain. Cack-lack. A moment later, a massive fissure appeared, extending from the summit all the way to the base of the mountain, splitting the entire mountain in two. The fissure grew larger and larger, extending to both sides. As everyone watched in shock, the entire origin immortal mountain seemed to be under the control of some mysterious energy. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The two halves of the origin immortal mountain grew farther and farther apart. Gravel and dust continued to fall from the mountain. What's going on here? Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight, and even Wang Chong and the evil emperor couldn't help but frown. This origin immortal mountain was several hundred meters tall and craggy. Splitting this majestic mountain in two was not something a human could do. This sight had already surpassed the limits of human ability, and could be called a miracle. Wonderful! Truly wonderful! This is a classic dragon-defying layout, with Kun above and Qian below. It has become a hidden dragon layout. It seems like the true entrance to the origin immortal treasury is underground. A familiar voice rang out in his ear. The short formation elder was stroking his beard, his eyes fixed forward, his entire being unable to contain his delight. As if in response to the formation elder's words, the ground between the two halves of the origin immortal mountain began to collapse. A huge pit with a diameter of 600 to 700 meters suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 1468. The pit was pitch black and bottomless. The exposed walls were as smooth as a mirror. In everyone's perception, this pit that had suddenly appeared was like a bottomless abyss, deep, mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying at the same time. In front of this massive pit, The dense mass of martial artists seemed as insignificant as ants. Silence, incomparable silence. At that moment it was as if time had stopped. Countless gazes from all directions were focused on the huge pit that had suddenly appeared. Although there was no evidence, at that moment everyone instinctively had the same thought. This massive pit was undoubtedly the true entrance to the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. But unlike their previous excitement, when the entrance truly opened, no one spoke, and everyone instantly calmed down. Look over there. At this moment, one of the martial artists standing at the very front extended a finger and shouted, "Senior martial brother, do you want to kill me?" In an instant, everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Not far from the mysterious giant pit, there stood a stone tablet about 6 to 7 feet tall. Several large words had been written on the steel in cinnabar, each of them etched with a metallic hook and a silver stroke. It was just that everyone had been attracted by the huge change, and their attention was focused on the huge crater, so they hadn't noticed it. The Origin Immortal Art. There is no gate to fortune or disaster, only the fated will obtain it. In the distance, Wang Chang's eyes flashed as he recognized the 12 words on the steel. The Origin Immortal Art. It really is the Origin Immortal Art. The Origin Immortal Lord's treasury must be in this pit. Let's go. An excited shout suddenly rang out. If it had been in the past, everyone would have rushed forward upon hearing this. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Even the excited cultivators stood there motionless. The crowd looked at each other, the atmosphere both awkward and strange. Everyone was waiting for the other to act so that they could scout out the truth for them. The sects were a place of mutual deception, and no one here was a kind soul. No one dared to recklessly charge in before they had clearly investigated the matter. Humph! Seeing that no one was moving, the Black Een ancestor coldly smiled. Then, without any warning, the Black Een ancestor waved his sleeve, and 3 or 4 unaffiliated martial artists at the front were immediately pushed away by the Black Een ancestor, flying high into the air and crashing into the pit. Just as these 3 or 4 idle warriors appeared above the pit, in an instant, it was as if they were grabbed by an invisible force and fell straight into the pit. Ah! Screams filled the air, and in the blink of an eye, the martial artists of the martial arts world shot into the giant pit like meteors, vanishing from sight. Hua! In a flash, the people around the Black Een ancestor and the 5 ancestor alliance began to retreat as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Even more people were looking in the direction of the bottomless black hole. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were drenched in cold sweat. There's something strange about this pit. Looking at the huge crater, everyone's hearts were filled with fear. Although the Black Een ancestor was vicious and cruel, he had always been a member of the evil path, so his actions were not surprising to others. On the other hand, from the way these martial artists were falling, it was clear that there was an abnormal attractive force within the pit that was causing them to fall even faster. Cree! At this moment, the cry of a bird came from the sky, and a large bird unfurled its wings and flew toward the mountains behind the crowd. But a moment later, when the bird reached the top of the pit, something strange happened. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, there was only a sorrowful cry, and the giant bird was instantly sucked in by a strong suction force. It suddenly fell into the pit and disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression instantly changed. Even the Black Een ancestor and Jili Laozu couldn't help but widen their eyes. Anyone at the Black Een ancestor's level of cultivation could use an ability similar to the Celestial Wolf's divine procession. However, no matter how strong they were, it was impossible for them to soar freely in the sky like a bird. However, even a bird was instantly sucked down when it appeared above the pit, let alone them. It seems like getting into the Origin Immortal Treasury won't be as easy as we imagined, Chief Wushang suddenly said. After experiencing the Origin Immortal formation, No one dared to underestimate the things left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. Although they still hadn't seen what was inside, they could already sense that the depths of the pit were fraught with danger. Chonger, do you still remember those words that appeared on the energy condensation pearl? The demonic emperor old man suddenly spoke. I remember, Wang Chong whispered, knowing what his master was asking. When the 6 treasure maps had been collected, almost everyone's attention had been focused on the star map and the location of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury, so no one had noticed those final few lines of bird seal script. Only Wang Chong knew that those lines of bird seal script were far more important than he imagined. What's fake and what's not fake? Smoke obscures the eyes of the rabbit, 1,000 layers of the ocean covers a pearl. What's real and what's not? The abyss falls into a cave within a cave of 9 layers, a palace within a palace of 1,000 years. This was probably the abyss mentioned in the poem. The energy condensation pearl actually had a few other lines about the Origin Immortal Treasury, but with so many people around, it was inconvenient to say them. The evil emperor said nothing, only nodded, a pensive look in his eyes. The Origin Immortal Lord would never leave behind words for no reason, so there was definitely a deeper meaning behind those lines. The crowd around the massive pit buzzed with chatter, but no one dared to recklessly enter. However, just as everyone was still hesitating, the temperature in the air suddenly skyrocketed. Before anyone could react, a red cloud shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, disappearing along the edge of the crater in a flash. This sudden scene greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. It's the 4 Ends Martial Lord. Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he recognized who it was. In the entire region, the only one who could cultivate stellar energy to such a level was probably the 4 Ends Martial Lord. Ha ha ha, it won't be that easy to take the Origin Immortal Art for yourself. The Black Een ancestor sinisterly chuckled and swiftly attacked. Roar! There was a heaven-shaking roar as the Black Een ancestor's body seethed with black smoke. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a massive black dragon that appeared before everyone's eyes. Swoosh! Before anyone could react, the Black Een ancestor had already shot forward, climbing into the pit in the distance. Clatter! 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 The Black Een ancestor's black dragon climbed down the smooth walls of the pit and vanished from sight. Every item left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord was fraught with danger. For many martial artists it was practically certain death. But for martial arts titans like the 4 Ends Martial Lord and the Black Een ancestor, no matter how dangerous it was, it could not stop them from seizing the world's #1 art. Whoosh! With the 4 Ends Martial Lord and the Black Een ancestor leading the way, everyone's ambitions were roused. Brothers, charge! The Origin Immortal Lord's treasury has been opened. Don't let the 4 Ends Martial Lord and the Black Een ancestor take it all for themselves. Everyone, charge! Nobles, generals, and generals all have guts. The world's #1 will definitely be mine. Bastard, don't let them get ahead of us. In a flash, the dense and motionless army of martial artists seemed to have been roused and began to surge toward the enormous pit. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. No matter what sort of danger was in the pit, nothing could resist the allure of the Origin Immortal Art. Moreover, if the 4 Ends Martial Lord and the Black Een ancestor had gone down, what else did the others have to fear? In an instant, under the gazes of countless people, the densely packed martial artists rushed to the edge of the huge pit like a tide. Moreover, each and every one of them displayed their magical powers, using both their hands and feet, relying on their vigorous martial power, they headed towards the bottom of the pit. Let's go! At the same time, Jili Laozu thrust out a palm, causing the air to churn as water vapor began to gather. In the blink of an eye, it had gathered into a massive ball of clear water that began to fluctuate in the air. Jili Laozu waved his hand, and the water immediately engulfed him and the martial arts experts around him. In the blink of an eye, They were already descending into the pit. But when they reached the edge of the pit, there was a clear cry of a crane. The ball of water that had engulfed Jili Laozu and the martial arts experts suddenly transformed into a red-crowned crane with a wingspan of 7 or 8 feet and began to glide along the edge of the pit. For a long time, one could still hear the cry of the water crane. "Charge! Don't let them get ahead of us!" The martial artists of the Northwest became even more excited at this sight. In the blink of an eye, thousands of martial artists began to climb down the smooth walls of the pit. Humph! Trying to steal the origin immortal art from us? Truly overestimating themselves. There was a heaven-shaking roar as a massive white bone devil rose from the 5 Ancestor Alliance's ranks. This bone devil was 30 to 40 meters tall, its entire body made of bone, and black energy seethed from it. It was suffused with the stench of death. Whoosh! A moment later, the white bone devil began to climb with astonishing speed toward the entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury. Along the way, the bone devil ancestor tossed all the martial artists in his way into the air or swept them to the side like fallen leaves. Chapter 1469. It's about time. It's time for us to act. At the same time, in another direction, the Zhengqi League Lord Song Yuan's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze forward. Swish! Without any warning, a vast energy of life poured into the feet of the Zhengqi League Lord Song Yuan. A moment later, a massive vine as thick as an arm erupted from the ground. This massive vine seemed to have a life of its own, swiftly dragging the bodies of the Zhengqi League Lord Song Yuan and Xie Guanting toward the pit ahead. In the blink of an eye, it began to slowly descend into the pit, and a moment later, the two of them vanished. Behind the two of them, large amounts of green vines burst out of the ground like a miracle. They quickly intertwined to form a green passageway that extended into the cave. "Haha, everyone, follow the Alliance Lord. Let's go." A moment later, all the Zhengqi League experts charged forward, following the vine that the Zhengqi League Lord had left behind as they climbed into the depths of the pit, moving quickly and steadily. With the vines that Song Yuan had left behind, the Zhengqi League experts were much faster than anyone else. "Hurry! Follow them down!" Many martial artists felt their hearts heat up at this sight, and they immediately followed behind the Zhengqi League experts, grabbing onto the thick vines as they descended. The thick vines that Song Yuan had left behind were all deeply embedded into the smooth walls of the pit. With the help of these vines, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. "Follow! Hurry!" Seeing this, more and more martial artists began to follow suit. But after climbing down 20 to 30 meters with the help of the vines, something unexpected occurred. Without any warning, the green vines in the hands of the martial artists suddenly turned to smoke and vanished into nothingness. As for those martial artists who had been climbing down the vines behind the Righteous Alliance, they were caught off guard and screamed as they plummeted to the ground. "Ah!" The shrill screams grew further and further away, quickly disappearing into the pitch-black pit. It did not stop for a long time. The martial artists standing at the edge of the pit immediately panicked at this sight, and they began to struggle and retreat. The Zhengqi League experts had long ago vanished from the pit. The entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury had been opened, and nothing could be stopped. Even those martial artists that had followed Song Yuan and the Zhengqi League into the abyss were nothing more than a tiny splash in the massive lake. More and more martial artists swarmed toward the bottom of the pit like ants. The walls of the pit were smooth and precipitous, far from being as easy to push off as one would imagine. People constantly screamed as they fell, but none of this could stop the vast number of martial artists. "Chong'er, get ready. We should go down as well." At this moment, the evil emperor turned to Wang Chong and Chief Wushang. Wang Chong gave a firm nod. The out-of-control great yin-yang heaven creation art was his greatest problem. Since he had opened the entrance to the Origin Immortal Treasury, he had to get in and get to the bottom of it. "Wang Chong, kid, I won't be going into the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. I'm too weak, and even if I go in, I'll only be a burden to you, so I might as well stay up there. The formation elder suddenly said, Kid, remember what I told you. Brat, remember what I told you. The Origin Immortal Lord's treasury also has a formation divine tome, placed together with the Origin Immortal art. No matter what, you have to get it for me. I'll be waiting for your good news up there. The formation elder looked at Wang Chong, his eyes glimmering and his face brimming with hope. The formation divine tome recorded many ancient formations that had been lost to time, each of them incredibly powerful. To the vast majority of martial artists, this tome was useless, but to the formation elder, it was the #1 art in the world. No matter what, I'll do my best to find that formation divine tome for you, Wang Chong solemnly said. A few moments later, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief Wushang arrived at the edge of the pit. So deep. Looking down from above, Wang Chong gazed into the pit. Looking at it from afar was completely different from standing at the edge of the pit and looking down from above. As Wang Chong looked down, all he could see was ghastly darkness, like a bottomless pit. Wang Chong tried to send out his psychic energy, but not even Wang Chong's psychic energy could find the bottom. Go down, the demonic emperor old man said, turning his head to the Wushang village chief. The Wushang village chief immediately understood and threw out his white cane. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the white cane in the chief Wushang's hand vanished, replaced by a white dragon 30 to 40 meters long. This technique was none other than the white dragon divine art of Wushang village. The chief Wushang had once used this technique to execute the 5 dragons soar to the heavens technique, and now, he had used it on his cane to transform it into a white dragon. The white dragon wriggled, and quickly climbed down from the edge of the pit. Finally, it stopped 20 to 30 meters away from the edge of the pit and waited silently. Walala! With a shake of his sleeve, the demonic emperor old man jumped down from the edge of the pit and landed on the head of the white dragon's head. The Wushang village chief quickly followed suit and landed on the white dragon's head, one on the demonic emperor old man's left and one on the right. No matter what, I have to get the Origin Immortal art. Wang Chong closed his eyes, took in a deep breath, and then opened his eyes and landed on the white dragon's tail. Whoosh! As the formation elder and countless other martial artists watched, the white dragon moved its 4 claws and coiled its body as it brought Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief Wushang down the pit. In just a few seconds, they had left many of the martial artists behind. How strange! This pit is like a black hole. As Wang Chong stood on the dragon's tail, he carefully sensed his surroundings. He hadn't noticed it when he was up above, but now that he was in the pit, Wang Chong immediately felt his body grow heavy. It was like some invisible energy was acting on his stellar energy, making Wang Chong feel like his stellar energy was on the verge of bursting out of his pores. He had never felt this way before, and in these circumstances, Wang Chong found it very difficult to use all of his energy. If Wang Chong was in such a state, one could easily imagine how the others were faring. The white dragon slithered down the pit. As Wang Chong rode on its tail, he could see many martial artists climbing down the smooth walls of the pit, their heads down and feet up. The walls were slippery and difficult to use as leverage, so these martial artists had gathered their stellar energy in their hands and feet so that their bodies were firmly pressed against the walls. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. 20 to 30 meters down, Wang Chong saw several martial artists fall off the walls and into the bottomless pit. But none of this could stop the climbing martial artists. Thousands of them were completely unaffected, and they continued to climb even faster. Time slowly passed. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, the pit was still so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, and the martial artists on both sides were still climbing down, showing no signs of stopping. Wang Chong looked across and saw nothing but pitch-black darkness. Even someone of Wang Chong's abilities found it difficult to make out the situation on the other side. The lower I go, the darker it gets, making it harder to see down. When the time comes, I'll probably have to use other methods. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Chong-er, careful. As he was thinking, his master, the evil emperor, spoke in his ear. Wang Chong didn't react at first, but a few seconds later, Wang Chong felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, and his breathing became much less comfortable. The air is getting thinner. Get ready. The evil emperor's voice came from up ahead. Wang Chong's heart chilled as he immediately understood. The deeper one went, the thinner the air became. Without enough air, even martial artists who could shatter the heavens with the snap of a finger would find it difficult to breathe. This passage was far more difficult than he had imagined. Those martial artists are starting to retreat. At this moment, the Wushang village chief spoke, his voice extremely solemn. Hearing this, Wang Chong subconsciously looked to his side. On the walls of the cavern, thousands of cultivators were climbing down quickly. But now, a large number of cultivators stopped and looked down with hesitant expressions. They hadn't noticed it at the start, but now, these martial artists could clearly sense that the first obstacle to the Origin Immortal Treasury had appeared. This obstacle was not some other ambitious powerhouse, but the rapidly thinning air in the pit. This was a barrier that could not be crossed. Once the air in the pit thinned to a certain point, even these martial artists would die. Damn it, how could it be like this? Several dozen Zhang from Wang Chong's group, a martial artist crouched against the wall like a spider. As he sensed the gradually increasing suffocation and even the flow of stellar energy being affected, he couldn't help but punch the wall. He had originally believed that his greatest foes in seizing the Origin Immortal Art were top-class experts like the Black Yin Ancestor and Wang Chong. He had never expected that the thin air in the first trial would become an insurmountable moat. This was more difficult to accept than any of his opponents. If this continues, we'll die. Retreat, hurry and retreat. This pit is too deep, more than 1,000 meters. I don't even know where it ends. The other martial artist's face was also filled with despair. He had believed that it would be 700 or 800 meters at most, but now, more than 1,000 meters had yet to reach the end. Chapter 1470. Being the world's #1 might be good, but I still have to die. This won't do, I have to retreat. One of the martial artists clenched his teeth, a struggle in his eyes as he mentally battled with himself for a long time. Finally, he turned around and used his hands and feet to climb to the top of the cave like a giant gecko. He could sense that if he didn't turn around, he really would fall down and die in vain. When one of them turned around, it was like a domino effect. The other cultivators also turned around and headed towards the top of the pit unwillingly. This was a stark contrast to how they had been scrambling to get ahead. Treasures were important, but their lives were even more important. Time slowly passed, and the allure of treasures caused the vast majority of martial artists to continue climbing down. 1,200 meters, 1,500 meters, 1,800 meters, 2,000 meters. A few hours passed. Apart from the sound of climbing, the pit was eerily quiet. But this pit was like a bottomless abyss that seemed to have no end. Along the way, more and more martial artists could not hold on any longer. They had no choice but to turn around and climb upwards. Wang Chong remained motionless, lowering his aura to the minimum and even retracting his life force. If one didn't pay close attention, they wouldn't even be able to sense the life energy in his body. Tortoise breathing art. The strange art that Wang Chong had learned from the Sindhi monk was now showing its use. Martial artists were unable to endure thin air because their metabolism was too powerful, but if their bodily functions were at their lowest, their need for air would also be minimal. Thus, even if the air was thin, they could still move normally. This was the countermeasure that Wang Chong had come up with to deal with this bottomless abyss. Not bad. On the head of the white dragon, the demonic Emperor Old Man had been worried about Wang Chong this entire time. When he heard Wang Chang's breathing and how his bodily functions were dropping to the limit, he couldn't help but give a slight nod. Although Wang Chong was young, he was extremely experienced. There was no need for him to worry too much about dealing with this situation. Buzz! A moment later, the demonic Emperor Old Man closed his eyes and used a special art. He didn't know Wang Chang's turtle breathing technique, but as a grandmaster of the martial arts world, the #1 person of the evil path, the evil emperor, he knew many different kinds of special techniques, much more than Wang Chong. Almost at the same time, Chief of Wushang, whose robes were fluttering in the wind, also reduced his aura to the minimum. The winds howled as the martial artists on both sides continued to climb like monkeys toward the bottomless pit. In the face of danger, many martial artists were unwilling to give up. This place should be close to 3,000 meters from the top of the cave. But he still couldn't see the bottom. Just how deep was the pit left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord? Moreover, why did he make this treasure trove so complicated? Wang Chong sat cross-legged without moving. With the help of his stellar energy, he firmly attached himself to the white dragon. His mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. Whether it was in this life or his last, Wang Chong had experienced many dangerous places, but none of them felt as insignificant as this bottomless pit. Hanging from the walls was as insignificant as an ant, and he could drop at any moment. This pit was like a world of giants, and it was impossible to know where it ended. The air at 3,000 meters was extremely thin. This distance was an unimaginable depth for many martial artists, almost like an abyss. But Wang Chong sensed that this was still an extremely small distance for this enormous pit with a diameter of 700 to 800 meters. Everyone who comes here is aiming for the title of #1 in the world. But I don't know how many people will be able to endure and reach the bottom. With this thought, Wang Chong slowly raised his head. From Wang Chong's perspective, the sky above him was gloomy and gloomy. The hole he had come from had been like a bright moon hanging in the distant sky, but now it was only the size of a sesame seed. As far as the eye could see, a large number of martial artists were still climbing down from the sky. This scene was like a dark passage leading to another world. Whoosh! As he was thinking, he suddenly heard a violent tremor from the ground, accompanied by a shower of stones and debris. The white dragon's massive body began to tremble, half of its body suspended in the air. Even Wang Chong was fiercely swaying. Shocked, Wang Chong hurriedly steadied himself. It's the wall. A cold light flashed in Wang Chong's eyes as he focused on the wall below him. At this depth, the surroundings were dark and the light was extremely weak. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to see anything, but Wang Chong could see a faint white light refracting off the wall. Chong-er, careful! The wall here is much smoother, and the earth and stone below the surface are rather soft. You can't use the white dragon to go down. In the darkness, the evil emperor's grave voice came from up ahead. After just 3,000 meters, before they had even reached the bottom, the walls of the pit had already become rather difficult to climb. This was something that no one had expected. Brother Fong, get ready and remove the white dragon. We'll walk. Chong-er, are you ready? The evil emperor sternly said. The first part of his sentence was directed at the chief of Wushang, while the second part was directed at Wang Chong. In the darkness, the chief of Wushang nodded. He had only used the white staff to transform into a dragon because he didn't understand this place, but there was no need now. Your disciple understands. Wang Chong gave a serious nod, but his face didn't change much. The change had come faster than expected, but for Wang Chong, it was time for him to show off his skills. Walala! A few moments later, the white dragon slipped, and another large piece of earth and stone fell toward the bottom of the pit. The combined strength of the three and the stellar energy transformed into a dragon was too much for the walls to bear. The three of them had split up and walked alone, which was the best outcome. Roar! At this moment, there was a deafening dragon roar. The chief of Wushang pulled back his palm, and the 34-meter-long and lifelike white dragon immediately scattered, transforming back into a white staff that was 6 to 7 feet long. Like a young bird, it flew back into the chief of Wushang's hand. Walala! At this moment the evil emperor leaped forward, his robes fluttering in the wind as he drew a small arc in the air. Then, his feet landed firmly on the smooth wall of the pit. A massive surge of stellar energy burst out of his body and crashed into the wall through his feet. In the next moment, the evil emperor actually straightened his body and walked perpendicular to the smooth wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He walked directly toward the bottom of the pit, who knew how deep it was. On the other side, the chief of Wushang tapped the ground with his staff and also stepped on the wall, walking forward with the evil emperor. As for Wang Chong, although his strength was limited, as the master of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, Wang Chong had long since reached the point of perfection in the use of all kinds of suction forces. Whoosh! In the instant that he flew off the back of the white dragon, Wang Chong quickly drew out a stream of energy from the energy condensation pearl. At the same time, he turned it into a cyclone and gathered it at his chest, creating a powerful repulsive force that actually cancelled out most of the suction force at the bottom of the pit. At the same time, he pushed his feet forward, and a surge of stellar energy rushed 7 to 8 feet deep into the wall, immediately latching onto it. Almost there. Using this method and the repulsive force of the wall, I should be able to minimize the suction force at the bottom of the pit. Wang Chong thought to himself. That cyclone was a minor technique that he had been thinking about ever since he entered the pit, and it took him a lot of effort to come up with it. Wang Chong had been a little uncertain at first, but now it was clear that the minor technique he had come up with was proving to be useful. Even so, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. This pit was like another dangerous and unknown world, and Wang Chong's minor technique was only able to barely maintain a delicate balance in his body, making it easier for him compared to the others. But it was still not the time to relax. No one knew what other dangers were lurking in this huge pit. Everyone, be careful. I'm afraid that the dangers in this pit are far from beginning. The evil emperor's voice sounded in their ears. Before he finished speaking, he turned his sleeves and disappeared ahead. Wang Chong's heart thumped and he quickly followed. 3,500 meters, 3,700 meters, 3,900 meters. The pit got deeper and deeper, and breathing became more and more difficult. There were many places that looked very smooth at first glance, but once they were subjected to any force, they would immediately become very soft, like tofu dregs, and fall off easily. Why haven't we reached the end yet? Wang Chong frowned slightly, and he carefully observed his surroundings. In the darkness, he could faintly hear the sound of rocks sliding down. Wang Chong's gaze swept over, and he could faintly see a few figures continuing to climb down. At this depth, the number of martial artists around was much lesser than at the entrance. But even so, there were still quite a number of people continuing to explore underground. Just within the range of Wang Chong's senses, there were at least 700 to 800 people. Some were using swords and sabers, some were using steel ropes, and everyone was displaying their own skills. But no matter who they were, to be able to reach this position, they were all expert. Wang Chong took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued to stride forward. It was extremely difficult to walk on the vertical walls of the pit as if it was flat ground. Once he fell, even Wang Chong did not know what other dangers awaited him, and what his chances of survival were. 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 7,000 meters. Looking up from this height, he could not even see the light from the entrance. Everywhere he looked, it had become a world of darkness, and the air was filled with endless danger. Chapter 1471. What's going on here? We've already climbed 7,000 meters. Why haven't we reached the end? An impatient roar came from the darkness. After climbing so far, the air was thin, the walls were dangerous, and they had expended a great deal of stellar energy. Finally, some of the martial artists could no longer endure. If they had known from the start that this pit was so deep, they would have reconsidered for a long time. Crucially, it wasn't that it was deep, but that they didn't know where the end was. This was the most torturous part. Let's go. If this continues, we'll probably die of exhaustion before we even reach the Origin Immortal Cave. Another unwilling voice came from the darkness. Even these powerful martial artists began to feel hopeless. Some of them even turned around and began to climb back up the mountain. In the face of this endless challenge, they had finally retreated. This is fine. At least we can get rid of some of the weaker people ahead of time. Wang Chong faintly smiled. At this moment, he somewhat understood the Origin Immortal Lord's intentions. The allure of the Origin Immortal art was so astonishing that almost no martial artist could resist it. This bottomless pit could make most of the martial artists retreat in the face of difficulties, and also avoid some unnecessary casualties. Ah! Suddenly, a mournful scream came from the darkness. It was extremely ear-piercing in this empty underground space, and unlike before, this scream was tinged with extreme pain, as if someone had been ambushed and injured. Buzz! Wang Chong's expression flickered as he sensed extreme danger. However, before he could react, in the next moment, swish, 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 a wave of ear-piercing whistles resounded in the darkness. In front of Wang Chong, 20 to 30 projectiles were shooting toward Wang Chong with astonishing speed. Bang! Wang Chong's heart chilled, and with a jolt of his dantian, boundless stellar energy erupted from his body and transformed into an iron wall that protected him. Bang bang bang! In the blink of an eye, all 20 to 30 projectiles were sent flying by Wang Chong. But a moment later, plush 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 plush. Not good! Wang Chong's body trembled as he understood what was happening. Turning his head, he saw that 20 to 30 meters above him, a row of projectiles had been thrust into the ground. These projectiles were imbued with stellar energy, and in a flash they had exploded. Boom! Large swaths of rock and dirt began to pour down toward Wang Chong. Whoosh! Wang Chong thrust a palm behind him, and immediately began to fly off in another direction. Swish swish swish! At almost the same time, several dozen shuttle-like weapons shot toward Wang Chong with destructive energy. Half of these weapons were aimed at Wang Chong, while the other half were aimed at the loose rock around Wang Chong. The suction in the pit was extremely powerful, and it directly affected stellar energy. For a martial artist, this was extremely fatal. The other party had forced Wang Chong to leap out and at the same time shattered the surrounding wall structure. Clearly, they had sinister intentions. It was all for Wang Chong to fall from here. In a flash, the stellar energy in Wang Chong's body rumbled. In a flash, the chi whirlpool in front of his chest rapidly expanded to resist the powerful suction at the bottom of the pit. At the same time, Wang Chong's feet shifted, producing a powerful suction that firmly latched onto a cave wall 7 to 8 meters away. And at the same time, Wang Chong flicked his wide sleeves. More than 10 projectiles shot toward him, as well as 7 to 8 huge rocks falling from above, were immediately wrapped up by Wang Chong's great yin-yang stellar energy and reflected in the opposite direction. Go! Around Wang Chong, 2 phantoms of a sun and a moon appeared and vanished as he pushed the great yin-yang heaven creation art to its limit. The massive rocks and the projectiles shot forward like lightning. Boom boom boom! In just a few seconds, a series of explosions came from the other side, accompanied by the sound of falling rocks and earth. Soon, a strange cackle came from the other side. Keek, kid, consider yourself lucky to have escaped this calamity. The Black Yin ancestor. Wang Chong's eyes chilled as he instantly recognized who it was. The Black Yin ancestor had moved faster than anyone else in this operation. The Four Ends martial lord had only just descended when he had already entered the pit. Logically speaking, the Black Yin ancestor should have been at least 2,000 meters in front of him. Who could have expected that he would turn back and ambush him? and from the sound, Wang Chong could tell that the Black Yin ancestor was on the other side of the pit, 700 to 800 meters away. On the surface, this distance wouldn't have been much, but in this pit, the air was thin and the gravity was so great that flying was difficult. Not even supreme experts like Wang Chong and the Black Yin ancestor could cross this distance. The Black Yin ancestor had clearly realized this point, which was why he had thought of using projectiles. But as Wang Chong's mind was turning, and he was still thinking about how to deal with the Black Yin ancestor, he suddenly heard a loud shout. "Zhang Wenfu, you bastard!" The Black Yin ancestor's panicked and furious voice rang out in the darkness as he fled. From his voice, it was clear that he had suffered a loss. "How is it? Is Chong'er injured?" At almost the same time, a figure appeared at Wang Chong's side in a rush of energy. It was Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor. At some point, he had returned and appeared at Wang Chong's side. "I'm fine." Wang Chong felt a warmth in his heart as he shook his head. But it seems like the Five Ancestor Alliance has already begun to move against the others. When collecting the treasure map, everyone had worked together, and even the Black Yin ancestor had contributed a great deal to the task of collecting the treasure map. But now, this temporary alliance had clearly come to an end. The Black Yin ancestor's intervention clearly meant that their relationship had reached a new level. At this level, everyone would use every method at their disposal to kill their opponents and reduce the competition. The situation underground is complicated, and vision and strength are limited. Do your best not to stray too far from me. This way, no matter what scheme you have, your master will be able to assist you at any time," the evil emperor sternly said. His expression had become much graver upon entering the pit. This was a very rare expression on the face of the evil emperor. Wang Chong nodded and followed the evil emperor deeper into the pit. Unknowingly, 4 to 6 hours had passed. As Wang Chong and the demonic emperor old man continued to explore the depths of the pit, the more than 7,000 martial artists on the ground outside had all entered the pit. The martial artists who had given up midway also began to emerge from the pit. This was the first time in the history of the martial arts world that so many martial artists, including a titan of the evil path like the Black Yin ancestor, were participating in such a large-scale operation. "Young master, this place is too dangerous. Do we really have to go down?" Far from the pit, a tall guard turned his head to look at young Master Qingyang. 4 hours later, a few martial artists had climbed out of the pit and brought back some information. In their discussions, they had heard phrases like "the air is too thin," "the walls are too slippery," "bottomless," "the suction is too great," and so on. All the information they had received indicated that this bottomless pit was too dangerous and not suitable for them. Although young Master Qingyang had a foundation in martial arts, his cultivation level wasn't very high. In the eyes of these people, he was no different from an ordinary person. Not even those who were stronger than young Master Qingyang could endure it, much less an ordinary martial artist like young Master Qingyang. "Sword Dragon, you know my personality. The Origin Immortal art is the #1 art in the world, and it's rare for me to come across a treasure trove like this one. If I don't go in and take a look, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Young Master Qingyang was dressed in an azure robe, his long hair dancing in the wind as he stared at the nearby pit, his eyes gleaming. Young Master Qingyang's movements were secretive, and he rarely interacted with the martial arts world. No faction had ever been able to invite him to join them. Although young Master Qingyang didn't have a strong desire for power, he had another hobby that everyone in the world knew about. Young Master Qingyang was fond of traveling and exploring. Wherever there was danger, wherever there were fortuitous encounters, that would be where he would be. Young Master Qingyang would normally spend the majority of his time on this. Now that he had finally come across the opening of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure trove, this truly powerful treasure trove, young Master Qingyang wouldn't miss out on it even if he had to die. The inseparable guard next to young Master Qingyang, the sword dragon, that young Master Qingyang spoke of, gave a deep sigh and finally fell silent. He had known the answer long ago, but he still held out hope that he might be able to persuade young Master Qingyang. Sword Dragon understands. No matter where young Master goes, this subordinate swears to follow you to the death. Sword Dragon sternly said, his eyes turning determined. No matter how dangerous this place was, as long as he was here, he would not allow young Master to come to any harm. Sword Dragon quickly put young Master Qingyang on his back, and then took out a rope to tie himself to young Master Qingyang. Only this way could they avoid any possible danger. There were no longer many martial artists around the pit. Sword Dragon strode forward, carrying young Master Qingyang on his back, and was about to enter the pit with an indomitable aura. But a moment later, before the pair could enter, there was a flash of light, and a black silhouette exuding boundless energy entered the pit first. At that moment, the pair could clearly sense that this black silhouette possessed an energy no weaker than that of the Black Yin ancestor or Song Yuani. That is? Sword Dragon's body trembled, a deep apprehension in his eyes. Eastern Turkic King Bagushidu. Young Master Qingyang's eyes flashed as he spoke. He was naturally knowledgeable, and although he didn't have a deep connection to the factions of the martial arts world, he knew all the martial artists, including the experts of the surrounding barbarians. Chapter 1472. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This Eastern Turkic king handed over the treasure map of his own accord and then chose to enter last. Hearing this, Sword Dragon remained silent. Young Master, be at ease. I won't let him harm you. With young Master Qingyang on his back, Sword Dragon jumped down the pit wall. Time slowly passed, and by the time young Master Qingyang entered the pit, no one else had appeared around it. At this moment, several figures appeared around the pit. They were wearing large cloaks and appeared no different from the martial artists of the other sex, but the energy they exuded was identical to that of the people controlling the Origin Immortal formation. Once the gate is open, it's very difficult to close it again. All the martial artists have entered the endless abyss. One of the figures suddenly said. If those martial artists had heard these words, they would have been flabbergasted. This was because these Origin Immortal Guardians were calling this massive pit the Endless Abyss. Based on the time, those martial artists should have already reached that place, another Origin Immortal Guardian said. It's about time. 10 minutes at most, another Origin Immortal Guardian said. It's about time. At most, it will take the time to brew a cup of tea. 10 minutes at most, someone said. Humph, prepare to activate the mechanism. This time, all of them must die here. Only extreme fear and death can make these people revere the Immortal Lord. The leading Origin Immortal Guardian said. Buzz. From afar, he cast a spell in the direction of the endless abyss, and the group quickly left this place. Clang clang clang. The clattering of metal came from the pit. The sounds of fighting could be heard in the darkness, and the deeper one went, the more frequent the sounds became. Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang had gathered together and were rapidly advancing along the smooth walls of the pit. Given the energy they exuded, very few people dared to provoke them. But even so, Wang Chong could not avoid these sneak attacks. Thwish thwish thwish. Just as the three of them were moving forward, countless iron caltrops the size of a child's fist shot through the air in the blink of an eye, enveloping Wang Chong and the others like a rain of petals. Boom! The chief of Wushang extended the white cane in his hand, and an enormous blast of stellar energy burst forth like a torrent of steel. It instantly transformed into an invisible barrier that caught all the caltrops that filled the sky and sent them flying back to where they came from. Boom! 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 A series of shocking explosions rang out, followed by a miserable shriek. About 70 or 80 meters away, a cultivator hidden in the dark screamed miserably. His entire body was mangled by the caltrops, and he fell straight down the smooth cliff. Boom! Following that, a deafening sound of a saber resounded throughout heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a majestic blade chi shot out like the Milky Way. The blade chi was snow-white and blazing. It was 30 to 40 meters long and slashed towards the three of them. "You overestimate yourself!" The evil emperor stood still, his body perpendicular to the crater. He did not even turn his head. With a wave of his left sleeve, the spiritual energy in the air converged into a roiling mist that converged in the direction of the evil emperor. At the same time, the air howled as another majestic energy burst out of the evil emperor's body. This boundless saber seemed capable of cleaving apart the heavens and sundering the earth, capable of cleaving apart even a mountain, but it was stuck in the air several dozen feet from the demonic emperor old man's head, unable to descend. Bang! At this moment, the evil emperor struck out with another palm strike. Aya! The hidden cultivator immediately screamed as he was sent flying several hundred meters away by the evil emperor's palm strike. Blood sprayed everywhere as he plummeted from the sky. Humph, what a bunch of rascals! At almost the same time, Wang Chong turned his gaze to the other end of the crater. Boom! Wang Chong's palm struck an area 7 or 8 meters above those people. A moment later, Wang Chong's palm completely shattered the soil on the walls of the crater. Rocks and dirt began to fall, and the 5 or 6 martial arts experts who had been hiding in the crater and had been preparing to launch an ambush were all jolted down. Aya! The panicked cries continued to echo out from the depths of the crater. It's the people of the Five Ancestor Alliance and the Jingqi League, the evil emperor suddenly said as he watched these people plummet into the depths of the crater. He was the #1 expert of the evil path in the martial arts world, so he was extremely familiar with the auras of these two factions. It's them. When the Black Yin Ancestor and Song Yuani went down, they probably already knew how to deal with us. Wang Chong nodded. Whether it was the Lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuani or the Black Yin Ancestor, each of them had brought many experts with them when they went down. It now appeared that they had entered the crater while leaving behind their subordinates to ambush them. On the surface, these people wouldn't have posed much of a threat, but in this unique terrain, the slightest carelessness could cause even a peak great general expert to fall prey to these people. Master, village chief, you two take the front. I'll use psychic energy from the back. If there's anything, I'll immediately notify you. As they advanced, the trio encountered sporadic attacks, but they were all nullified. Time slowly passed, and as they went deeper and deeper, they reached the 8,000-meter mark. Buzz! Suddenly, without the slightest sign, a strange feeling came from his heart. Wang Chong raised his head and looked forward. A moment later, deep underground, Wang Chong saw something special for the first time. These were thousands of dim rays of light, floating motionlessly in the air like a school of fish. Danger! When Wang Chong unleashed his boundless psychic energy, he instantly felt an intense sense of danger. At that moment, Wang Chong could finally see that those rays of light floating in the air like a school of fish were actually metal blades. These tens of thousands of metal blades were evenly distributed throughout the crater. Even with Wang Chong's psychic energy, he wasn't able to determine just how many metal blades there were in the pit and how many of them were scattered across the area. Not good. We can't touch these mechanisms. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Based on his psychic energy, he could tell that these metal blades were all in a dormant state. As long as he did not touch them or disturb them, he should not be in any danger. What's that? At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came from more than 1,000 meters below. It seemed like another martial artist further ahead had also noticed the metal blades floating in the crater. Hurry up and push these things away. Almost at the same time, another faint voice came from below. Not good. Wang Chong's expression changed slightly. The sense of danger in his heart suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Wang Chong wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The martial artist underground seemed to have also sensed the danger of these metal blades. He released a burst of stellar energy, subconsciously trying to push these blades away from him and in other directions. There was nothing wrong with such a reaction. Unfortunately, even that cultivator did not know what the consequences of his instinctive action were. Clang! The metal blades collided with each other, and the clear sound was incomparably loud in the dark underground 7,000 to 8,000 meters below the surface. The next moment, the sporadic clanging sounds turned into the concentrated sound of blades colliding. Finally, an invisible ripple spread in all directions. Boom! The next moment, something that terrified countless martial artists on the crater walls happened. In the dark void thousands of meters below, the countless metal blades floating in the void extended all the way to the depths of the void. Like a ferocious beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber, an endless chilling aura suddenly erupted from them. Moreover, the murderous aura increased exponentially and turned into a terrifying storm. Boom! In just the blink of an eye, thousands of metal blades suddenly shot out with a sharp whistle. Moreover, in a terrifying way, they turned into a storm of blades that swept through the heavens and earth, shooting upward. The blades cut through the air, leaving behind countless dreadful scars. Aya! With a scream, the hundreds of martial artists around the metal blades were the first to fall. They were ground to pieces by the spinning blades like they had fallen into a meat grinder, turning into chunks of flesh and blood that plummeted to the ground. A massive killing machine had begun to move, and this was only the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. With a shrill whistle, a thin, sharp, and handleless metal blade shot forward, instantly striking a martial artist 700 to 800 meters above the crater wall. This martial artist was also a powerful individual, but his strength was limited in this underground world, so the metal blade had managed to cut open his back. Ah! The martial artist's entire body trembled as he screamed in pain and instinctively raised his head. In that instant, a few metal blades slashed across his body one after another. One of them slashed across his neck, while the other 4 slashed across his limbs and torso. The martial artist didn't even have time to let out a scream before his limbs and bones were cut into pieces that fell to the ground in a puddle of blood. But this was only the beginning. Like a signal, in an instant tens of thousands of metal blades turned into a huge storm, spewing towards the top of the pit. All the martial artists within a radius of 800 meters, including Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang, were within range of this storm. Ah! Screams filled the air as thousands of martial artists, unable to react in time, were cut to pieces by this dreadful storm of metal. Severed limbs flew through the air as they plummeted into the depths of the pit. Chapter 1473. Chong-er, be careful. The evil emperor's beard trembled as he sensed the danger. His eyes shone brightly as he positioned himself in front of Wang Chong. At the same time, an enormous wall of stellar energy enveloped the 3 of them. Bang! Another wave of stellar energy pierced through his feet and into the depths of the cavern, fusing the evil emperor with the earth and the rock stratum beneath his feet. At this moment, the evil emperor was as powerful as a fortress as he withstood the assault of the storm of metal. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the evil emperor finished all this, a storm of metal blades swept toward them. The metal blades that could cut through even steel slammed into the stellar energy wall formed by the evil emperor. Thousands upon thousands of collisions rang out like rain, threatening to tear open one's eardrums. This violent assault caused the stellar energy barrier around the evil emperor to tremble incessantly. These metal blades might be powerful, but to an existence like the evil emperor, this level of attack shouldn't pose any threat. But when there were tens of thousands of these sharp metal blades, coupled with the special terrain that restricted one's strength, even someone of the demonic Emperor Old Man's strength felt an enormous pressure. Buzz! Standing within the stellar energy barrier, Wang Chong hid behind his master's broad back, but he could still sense the terrifying danger. Pung pung, pung pung, pung pung pung. The ground beneath their feet was also trembling violently. If they couldn't take it anymore, the ground beneath their feet would probably collapse as well. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The metal blades howled endlessly, as if they would never stop. In just 10 short breaths, Wang Chong and the others had withstood tens of thousands of metal blades, and this was only the beginning. This won't do. If this goes on, Master's strength will be wasted here, and in the end it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Even though his master was standing in front of him, his imposing figure blocking all the dangers and giving off a feeling of invincibility, Zhang Xian's heart sank. However, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the stellar energy in his master's body was being consumed. This was definitely not good news. Although Song Yuanyi and the others didn't know, Wang Chong knew very well that his master couldn't fight for long. If he continued on like this, he would soon run out of stellar energy and fall down, or he would no longer be able to deal with other dangers. I have to think of a way to avoid this wave of attacks. Wang Chong lowered his head, deep in thought. Screams filled the air as countless martial artists rained down from the pit. This was a massacre. In just a few short moments, hundreds more martial artists had been torn to shreds by the metal storm and dropped from the sky. In the face of such a terrifying storm attack that covered an extremely wide area, any warrior's strength was insignificant. Because of the demonic emperor, Wang Chong's group was temporarily safe, but if they didn't think of a way, they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Bang! After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes and began to examine his surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light as he punched down. Boom! With a massive boom, the ground beneath Wang Chong's feet caved in, sending rocks and dirt plummeting to the ground. The power of Wang Chong's punch had reached tensome meters, creating a massive hole in the wall of the pit. Master, village chief, let's go in. Wang Chong thrust out his left palm and used his other hand to grab his master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. With a whoosh, they entered the pit created by the punch. Although this wouldn't immediately get them out of danger, it would at least reduce the number of metal blades that the trio had to endure by at least a third. After doing all this, Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning, his boundless psychic energy surging out into the endless void in front of him. At that moment, Wang Chong's body was motionless, his mind as calm as an ancient well. But the tens of thousands of metal blades whistling through the air around him seemed to pass over a mirror, constantly being projected in Wang Chong's mind. Their trajectories slowly appeared in Wang Chong's psychic energy. At the start, he hadn't been able to see them clearly, and he had only been able to see a few traces left by the blades. But gradually, they became more and more distinct. Wang Chong felt like he had returned to the origin immortal formation and was performing millions of calculations to deduce the pattern and trajectory of the formation's movements. Wang Chong was using the same method to search for a flaw in the massive metal storm formation. Time slowly passed. It seemed like only a second, but it also seemed like countless eons. Found it. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, and he immediately found a special blade amidst the tens of thousands of whistling and spinning metal blades. This blade was 2,000 meters away from Wang Chong, and based on the pattern, it would take some time to reach Wang Chong's group, drawing a complicated arc through the air. The metal blades moved with incredible speed, but Wang Chong had already predicted and calculated their trajectories. In Wang Chong's eyes, this metal blade was the most unique in this metal storm. Buzz. Without any warning, Wang Chong waved his sleeve, and a hand emerged from within the evil emperor's barrier of light. It aimed straight up and spread its fingers. But the attractive force was not very strong, and the only force behind this attractive force was that metal blade. Clang. There was a metallic clang, and then the blade that should have been flying 10 feet above Wang Chong's head suddenly changed course and drew a massive arc in the direction of Wang Chong's group. Clang! With such a small deviation, this sharp blade immediately collided with the second metal blade. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. At the moment of impact, like a domino effect, the most inconceivable thing happened. The two metal blades that had collided bounced off each other and toward two other metal blades that had been flying past. The metal blades that were affected by the collision were reduced to 4. However, this was far from the end. The previous scene happened again. One blade collided with the other, triggering a chain reaction. Not only did it change the trajectory of the two blades at the same time, but it also further expanded the range of attack. 8 blades, 16 blades, 32 blades, 64 blades, 128 blades. In a short period of time, Wang Chong had only changed the trajectory of one blade, but the end result was that tens of thousands of metal blades were affected. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke and dust billowed, and explosions occurred one after another. The barrage of attacks that had been aimed at Wang Chong suddenly changed their trajectory and landed around the evil emperor's barrier of light, as well as other places. In that instant, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were stunned, and they stopped what they were doing. The ability that Wang Chong had displayed had even the two of them gasping in amazement. In truth, if they wanted to simply knock all the metal blades away and achieve the same effect, they could do it with their cultivation base. But that would consume a lot of stellar energy. Under the current circumstances, they had not even found the bottom of the crater, and it was extremely unwise to expend a lot of stellar energy. But Wang Chong had only made a single move to control one metal blade. The amount of stellar energy he expended was negligible, and yet he had created such a large area of effect. Even the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were shocked. This had nothing to do with cultivation base or cultivation base. It was just that Wang Chong's calculation ability was so vast and complex that it was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another. Smoke and dust billowed in all directions. The area around Wang Chong and the evil emperor was riddled with holes by the metal blades. The area several thousand meters above and below the crater was a scene of devastation. The damage was much more severe than anywhere else. But the area where Wang Chong and the evil emperor were standing was completely unscathed. Wang Chong stretched out his right hand and spread his fingers as he continued to control the metal blades. 1, 2, 3. Wang Chong continued to calculate and control, and the same thing kept happening. Almost none of the blades could get within 10 zhang of Wang Chong and the others, and Wang Chong's stellar energy consumption was kept at a low level. Master, village chief, you should continue forward. These metal storms will not stop once. If we stay in this area, the attacks will never stop, Wang Chong said grimly. Although the group seemed to be safe and their stellar energy consumption was not high, Wang Chong's psychic energy was being depleted rapidly. Such a huge calculation was also a heavy burden on his psychic energy. Not only that, Wang Chong's psychic energy could sense that all the metal blades that had hit the wall were being controlled by an invisible force and were flying out into the sky. And in Wang Chong's psychic energy, the first wave of metal blades that had shot out were turning around and shooting down again. If they did not find a way to leave quickly, the attacks would be endless. No matter how high their cultivation base was, they would eventually die from exhaustion. Boom! The next moment, without any hesitation, the evil emperor flung his robe and broke through the wall of the crater. Then, he charged down at an alarming speed. With Wang Chong's constant and precise calculations to block the metal storm, the trio was able to make it through without any danger. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Wang Chong's group continued to advance. But when Wang Chong's group had advanced 300 meters, there was a shrill whistle as the tens of thousands of metal blades that had been shot out from behind the trio exploded back. Screams filled the air as the martial artists on both sides of the cave walls, who had managed to endure the first wave of attacks, were suddenly struck by a second wave. Unable to hold on, their bodies were cut apart by sharp blades, their flesh and blood falling from the walls. Chapter 1474. Save me! Save me! I don't want to die here! Just as they were moving forward, a faint sound suddenly came from not far away. Wang Chong had been in the middle of controlling the blades in the air, but when he heard this cry, he immediately turned his head. Not far away, in a pit cut out by countless sharp metal blades, corpses hung in pieces. And in the middle of these corpses was a beautiful female cultivator with disheveled hair. Her face was filled with fear as she knelt in the pit. Her body was trembling as if she had fallen into the deepest of nightmares. Martial artists who could reach this depth were not weaklings. That beautiful female martial artist was obviously someone with a profound cultivation. However, in the face of the endless attacks of that huge metal storm, no matter how high her cultivation was, no matter how deep her internal strength was, it would still be consumed. Shio, 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 a series of ear-piercing whistling sounds came from above the pit. Countless metal blades shot down from above like a torrential rain. The attack range included the female martial artist who had fallen into fear and was trembling all over, completely unaware of the danger around her. If all went as expected, this person was doomed. But a moment later, Wang Chong spread open his fingers, and the metal storm that had been descending on the woman began to crash into her like a chain of dominoes. It was like there was an invisible barrier over the woman's head, and in the end, all of the blades flew past her head and struck 10-some meters away. With an earth-shattering explosion, the area a dozen meters away from the woman was instantly reduced to dust. Large amounts of rocks and debris fell down one after another. Even the walls of the cave were shaking violently. The sound was extremely loud. The violent explosion finally roused the female martial artist from her endless fear. She raised her head and immediately saw Wang Chong's group above her. "Save me!" At that moment, the woman's eyes exploded with an intense desire to live. Without another word, Wang Chong used the energy of the energy condensation pearl to exert a powerful attractive force that pulled the female martial artist over to his side. "If you don't want to die, swallow this pill and recuperate as soon as possible. I can only help you for a while. The rest is up to you." Wang Chong's voice rang in the woman's ear, and at the same time, he quickly handed over a pill. Thank you." The woman was still in a state of shock and couldn't speak properly. She took the medicinal pill from Wang Chong's hand and stuttered as she stuffed it into her mouth with great difficulty. Then, she quickly adjusted her breathing. In just a moment, her face was rosy again. Wang Chong didn't say much. He grabbed the woman and continued to follow his master without stopping. The damage caused by this metal storm was unimaginable to everyone. Wang Chong and his two disciples leapt forward. The smooth walls of the pit had become bumpy and uneven, and human organs and muscle remains were hanging everywhere. In this wave of attacks, a rough estimate was that at least thousands of people had died under these sharp blades. At that moment, many people finally understood the meaning of the stone tablet at the entrance of the pit, saying that there was no door to fortune or disaster. "Ah, my leg! How could this be? I don't want to die here. Save me, quickly save me." As Wang Chong moved forward, he saw many martial artists abandoned on both sides of the huge pit. The reason why these people could escape was purely due to luck. But for these people, the shadow of death followed them like a shadow, and every one of them could die at any time. Wherever Wang Chong went, as long as he saw them, he would save these people and bring them to his side. At the beginning, there were only 3 people by Wang Chong's side, but in just a few hundred meters, there were at least 40 to 50 idle martial artists gathered behind Wang Chong and the others, and this number was still increasing. 400 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Wang Chong and the others continued to move deeper into the pit. At this moment, the distance between them and the surface had reached a depth of 8 to 9,000 meters. At this depth, the air was extremely thin and there was no light. Eyes were practically useless in this region, and one could only rely on psychic energy and perception to advance. But even so, the storm of metal howling overhead like a school of sharks showed no signs of stopping. What a pity! If only Brother Zhou were here. With his experience and knowledge, he would definitely know where the mechanism controlling these metal blades is. As he was thinking, Chief Wushang's voice came from the darkness. They were in a perilous situation, and no one knew how far the metal storm could cover or how long it would take for them to escape the range of the blades. If my guess is correct, there should be a large-scale ancient formation at the very bottom of the pit and the two sides. The activation and deactivation of all the formations should be controlled by this formation. And Senior Zhou once said that this is a universe layout. All the energy accumulated over thousands of years was taken away by the Origin Immortal Lord's formation, so that energy is probably stored here. And it's 10 times, 100 times stronger than the Origin Immortal formation we encountered before. Given our abilities, there's no way to cut off the source of energy. Wang Chong sternly said. Of all the people present, he was probably the only one with some understanding of formations. Can't we just break through the walls, dig into the ground, and destroy the formation? A martial artist behind Wang Chong suddenly said. It's useless. All of you have experienced the Origin Immortal formation, so you should know that the Origin Immortal Lord would never leave such a flaw. If we forcefully dig in and use brute force to destroy the formation, not only will we fail, the metal storm will gain even more energy and become even more powerful, Wang Chong gravely said. The moment he said this, the martial artists all paled. Many of them had experienced the terror of the Origin Immortal formation. It was like a meat grinder, and anyone who entered the formation would be pulled toward the center until they were pulverized. If the formations embedded in the depths of the cave walls were the same, then their actions would have the opposite effect. Forcefully destroying the formation is out of the question. In our current situation, we can only continue forward and pass through the area covered by the metal blade. I'm confident that no matter how long this area is, there has to be an end. Otherwise, we can only wait for the metal blades to pass and rely on our luck to survive. No matter how powerful an attack is, it must have a weakness and a pattern. Although this metal storm is very powerful, I feel like this attack can't continue endlessly. Once it reaches a certain level, it will slowly weaken until it completes the cycle of attack. Wang Chong sternly said. Although Wang Chong had no idea about the metal blades above his head, Wang Chong knew about formations. As long as the metal storm was being driven by a formation, it would follow a set pattern. Is there really no other way? One of the martial artists Wang Chong had saved stared at the countless metal blades flying over his head, a hint of despair in his eyes. The feeling of death followed him like a shadow, almost suffocating him. Although Wang Chong's strength was truly admirable, and the strength displayed by the trio was extremely powerful, no one knew how long this peace would last. But no one knew how long this peace would last. The slightest carelessness would lead to thousands of blades howling down, and they could be diced into meat paste at any moment. In the face of this massive metal storm, martial artists like them were nothing more than ants, far too weak. Let me think. Wang Chong silently raised his head, a pensive look in his eyes as he looked at the dancing metal blades. At the same time, Wang Chong's group was far from the only ones under attack. Bastard! Which bastard triggered the mechanism? Elsewhere, several thousand meters away from Wang Chong's group, the Black Een ancestor and the others were also crouched in a depression, their teeth clenched. He had long ago noticed the metal blades floating in the air in these pits. The Black Een ancestor didn't have to be a genius to know that this was a dreadful mechanism. He had originally planned to wait until he had passed this area before sending someone to trigger the mechanism and deal with the martial artists behind him. But to his surprise, before he could give the order, some fool had already triggered the mechanism and unleashed that dreadful attack. In a flash, the Five Ancestor Alliance had lost many experts. If he had not reacted promptly, half of his people would have died. Ancestor, is there really no way to undo these mechanisms? One of the Five Ancestor Alliance experts suddenly asked. His eyes were brimming with fear as he stared at the blades flying toward him. Impossible! Do you think that this ancestor doesn't want to deal with this metal storm? This isn't something that can be done by human strength. That old bastard, the Origin Immortal Lord, has gathered all the spiritual energy in a radius of several thousand li for more than 1,000 years. This isn't something that martial artists can contend against. The Black Een ancestor clenched his teeth and cursed. There's nothing to be done. Human strength cannot contend against the power of nature. We can only force our way through. With these words, the Black Een ancestor immediately pushed the stellar energy in his body to the limit, doing his best to envelop the 5 Ancestor Alliance experts around him. Although they had suffered an unimaginable attack, the 5 Ancestor Alliance members still had the upper hand. Because they had entered the pits ahead of the others, they were bound to suffer much less damage. Clang clang clang. The sharp blades flew through the air like a storm. In the face of this metal storm, all of them took the same measures as the Black Een ancestor. To the crowd, it was also impossible for them to break through the metal storm. Chapter 1475. Chapter 1344. Chapter 1344 Inch Buzz. Time passed slowly. When the many martial artists were crawling forward in the long pit under the heavy pressure, Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes. Whether it works or not, we can only try it out. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, Wang Chong extended his left palm, which had been placed behind his back, and suddenly opened his 5 powerful fingers. In the blink of an eye, 5 extremely condensed stellar energy beads shot out from his fingertip. When these 5 pearls first appeared, their insides were extremely unstable. However, in a short period of time they solidified. It was obvious that this bead, which was condensed using some unknown method, was formed on a whim by Wang Chong in a short period of time. The beads absorbed the energy within Wang Chong's body and continued to grow in size. Moreover, they continued to compress and condense. In the blink of an eye, the 5 energy beads had become the size of a fist. Moreover, they emitted a faint light as they slowly rotated in the air. The 5 pearls were connected to each other, vaguely resonating with each other. Only a formation can resist a formation. Whether it works or not, we can only try. Wang Chong thought to himself. In the next moment there was a flash of light. Right after the 5 beads, the other 3 energy beads suddenly shot out from Wang Chong's palm. Together with the 5 energy beads, they slowly rotated in the void, forming a simple miniature formation. The 8 pearls corresponded to the 8 gates: life, pain, rest, restriction, view, death, shock and open. This is, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had been dealing with the attacks coming from above, and they had also put up an energy barrier to lead the way. But all of a sudden, they sensed an aura behind them, and their hearts jolted in alarm. Unlike the others, their cultivation levels caused them to see things that were completely different from the others. At that moment, both of them vaguely thought of something. However, that idea was too shocking. Even the 2 of them weren't too sure about it. Because that would be too shocking. How is this possible? At this moment, the same thought flashed through their minds. However, in the next moment, Wang Chong's actions quickly confirmed their guesses. Bzzz. 1 yang, 1 yin, 2 illusory suns and moons suddenly appeared. The great yin-yang heaven creation art swiftly appeared, and Wang Chong poured it into the core of this simple formation, forming a revolving yin and yang. When the power of yin and yang was infused, it was like a finishing touch, finally filling in the last and most important stroke. In the air, the simple array formation suddenly changed. Around it, the 9 palaces changed: Qian, Kun, Kan, Li, Sun, Zhen, Zhen, Dui and Zhong. At the same time, it automatically absorbed the spiritual qi in the air and evolved to a higher level. This is the Origin Immortal formation. How is this possible? All the martial artists in the surroundings cried out in alarm, immediately recognizing the source of this miniature array. The formation that Wang Chong had created with a snap of his fingers exuded the same energy as the origin immortal formation that had killed so many martial artists. However, the former was far less massive, complex, and terrifying than the latter. The fact that Wang Chong had nimbly used this ancient formation to shrink it into the size of a palm and have it float in the air between his palms had completely surpassed anyone's imagination. To many people, this was nothing short of a miracle. In an instant, the surroundings became deathly silent. Everyone looked at Wang Chong with reverence in their eyes. At this moment, Wang Chong was like a god to them. The origin immortal formation and this formation share the same origin. I hope that by reversing the origin immortal formation, it really will be able to affect this metal storm formation. At this moment, Wang Chong's back was to the crowd, so he had no idea what they were thinking. Wang Chong had seen the origin immortal formation diagram before. Using the principles of the diagram and using stellar energy to create a miniature origin immortal formation in the air had been an idea that Wang Chong had come up with on the spur of the moment. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. He raised his head and looked up. Thousands of metal blades flew down like a waterfall, reflecting themselves in Wang Chong's eyes. At the same time, thousands of sharp blades appeared in his mind, and he began to calculate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong raised his palm and threw out the small origin immortal formation formed from 8 energy pearls. Under everyone's gazes, the sky full of sharp blades rained down, while the 8 energy beads actually passed through the dense metal storm in an unimaginable manner and appeared at the core of the entire crater, unscathed. Rumble! The moment this small origin immortal formation appeared in the center of the pit, the world quaked and the surging storm of metal suddenly came to a halt. Then, as if a hole had been pierced through the world, energy surged in from all directions and poured into the small origin immortal formation. The energy that had been supporting the metal storm formation was instantly sucked away by the small origin immortal formation like it had run into a massive black hole. After obtaining this massive amount of world origin energy, the 8 energy beads that weren't too big grew at an alarming rate. They reached the size of an adult's fist and continued to grow. Not only that, the miniature origin immortal formation that Wang Chong had condensed from energy also began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had swelled to several dozen times its original size, becoming the size of a house. At the same time, it began to ripple with visible light. The storm of metal seemed to run into an invisible barrier, and all of it circled 100 feet above the origin immortal formation. Not only that, the speed and strength of the metal blades were greatly reduced by the origin immortal formation, as well as their power. Impossible! Everyone was dumbfounded by this sight. Even some of the martial artists, who were bitterly struggling in the distance, were stunned. This metal storm hidden deep in the pit was a large killing machine that the origin immortal lord had prepared. In the short time that the formation had been activated, thousands of martial artists had fallen out of the pit and been pulverized by the formation. One could easily imagine its power. No one had expected that someone would be able to resist the enormous energy of the world and affect this killing formation. Buzz! Deep in the pit, the Black Een ancestor, who had been on the verge of leaving the metal storm, sensed the disturbance above him and stopped. How could this be? There's actually someone who can resist the enormous energy of a formation. For the first time, a look of shock appeared in the Black Een ancestor's eyes. At the same time, in another part of the darkness, the lord of the Jingqi League, Song Yuanyi, was also staring at the center of the ripples of energy, a pensive look in his eyes. I didn't think that there would be someone like this. Song Yuanyi's senses were sharper than everyone else's, and he could clearly sense that the energy of the world in the pit had suddenly become disorderly. There was some sort of energy vibrating in the center, clearly the work of a human. Song Yuanyi had never imagined that someone in the depths of the pit where their strength was limited, would be able to interfere with the enormous energy of the world. Success. At this moment, the only person who was still able to maintain their composure was Wang Chong. His eyes were bright and filled with joy. This was his first breakthrough, transforming a formation into energy, miniaturizing it, and the results were even better than he had imagined. It really is as I guessed. The Origin Immortal Lord was named after the Origin Immortal, so he was probably most famous for his Origin Immortal art and Origin Immortal formation. The large formation that the Origin Immortal Lord set up underground probably has the same origin as the Origin Immortal formation. With the abilities of an Origin Immortal formation immortal, it should be able to interfere with the formation controlling the metal storm. Wang Chong said to himself, his fists clenched as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. The scene before him seemed like a fluke, but to Wang Chong, it was the result of careful analysis and reasoning. In the air, the small Origin Immortal formation that Wang Chong had created continued to expand, growing from the size of a palm to a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Formation reversal. With a thought, Wang Chong formed a spell. A moment later, the air began to rumble, and the ripples of energy coming from the stellar energy Origin Immortal formation instantly grew several dozen times stronger. Moreover, these ripples and fluctuations spread out, quickly entangling and contending with another invisible force. If one were to look carefully through the layers of space, they would discover that, with the area where the metal storm was located as the core, in the depths of the Earth, in a radius of dozens of kilometers, 12 concentric arrays were distributed one after another, one after another. These formations had gathered the energy of the world and gathered it into the metal storm. But now that the Origin Immortal formation in the center of the pit had taken shape, the 12 ancient formations that had been working in harmony suddenly fell into disarray, affecting the tens of thousands of metal blades in the pit. Look! Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. More and more people began to notice the disturbance in the air. As everyone stared in disbelief, time seemed to stop as the thousands of metal blades on the two ends of the Origin Immortal formation suddenly froze in the air. The tips of these metal blades were still refracting waves of dim white light, and there were even streaks of blood on the blades. It was still a shocking sight to behold.